Yeah. Okay, so good morning, everyone. So, welcome to your budget hearing and budget schedule. So, first item of business for today will be call the meeting to order. So this is the agenda for the proposed FY24 budget work session for the proposed hearing of the budget for the city of Rainier for today, March 25th, 2023. And following the work session will be the hearing. Yeah, Melissa? Thank you. Thank you so much, Melissa. So in your screen, you'll see it. So if you are facing us from the camera, we are facing towards that direction because the screen is there for us to see, and also as well as the chat. So that's why you'll see us moving away, facing away from the camera several various times. Okay, so agenda for the public hearing regarding the proposed real tax property tax and proposed FY24 budget for the city of Rainier today is Saturday, March 25th, 2023 at 10:07 a.m. This is a person and a virtual hearing, and I'll do a call to order. Jimmy Tarlo.
Here.
Jared Stoffus.
Here.
Valerie Woodall.
Here.
Luke Chesick.
Here.
Are you here, Luke? Okay, and myself, I'm here. So we have a full quorum of all 5 of us present. And we're gonna be moving on to item number 2, review of the agenda. Go ahead, Jared, can you go ahead and read it?
Yep, this is the agenda for the public hearing regarding proposed real property tax and proposed fiscal year 2024 budget, City of Mount Rainier. For Saturday, March 25th, 2023, starting at 10 a.m. This is an in-person and a virtual hearing. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, review of the agenda. Number 3, public hearing regarding proposed real property tax and proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. Number 4, adjournment.
Okay, council, is there anything you need to add, propose to the hearing? It shouldn't be none, but I ask you guys. Nope. Okay, hearing none, are we approving this agenda as presented?
So moved. Second.
You guys are used to being like on virtual, I can tell. Withdrawals, right?
Looking for that.
There you go. All right, so this will probably move in second. Any discussion? Objections, abstentions? Hearing none, we have approved the agenda for the hearing. We're gonna move to item number 3, public hearing regarding the proposed real property tax and proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. I'm gonna start by asking our financial consultant to go ahead and read the proposal that is currently in front of us. Go ahead.
Okay. Page 23 is the revenue.
Page 6.
Oh, you want?
This is just the hearing for right now.
Okay,
So I just need you to like read what the real tax property tax is that you're
Okay.
proposing,
got it.
and then we'll move forward. So if you're watching us online, it is on page 6, and you can find the budget on the City of Rainier website page under budget, and on the bottom, closer to the bottom of the page, you'll find it for FY24. Okay,
Okay, very good.
go ahead.
So for fiscal 24, we are recommending that the tax rate stay at 76 cents per $100 of assessed value. For apartments, we are recommending that we maintain the rate of 86 cents per $100 of assessed value. For commercial real property, we are recommending that we stay at 79 cents per $100 of assessed value. For industrial real property, we are recommending that we stay at 79 cents per $100 of assessed value. And for townhouses, we are also recommending that we stay at 76 cents per $100 of assessed value.
79?
I'm sorry, 76.
79.
Yeah.
Yep.
Townhouse and residential are 76.
Yes.
Do you have the new one, Valerie?
It's the one that says for tax rate 24.
There was a new insert. Can you guys provide a new, no, that's hers.
Material.
There's a whole new insert on it.
Yeah,
That
that.
yeah.
Like
Yeah, roll it over and
you can put it in that supplemental.
Let me change my favorites.
right. So I will definitely ask for the future. Can you guys put like when it was edited, so that way we know that which version we have on it, especially if we go through the budget process, if we could put the date and what version is it, it would facilitate for us to know if we have on it. And as the budget here continues, we want to make sure that that we have.
It could just be on like the first page.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can insert
folder.
a footer
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
that would put the date on. it.
Yeah, because if you miss one, you might like, yeah. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so can you go ahead and move on and read the business personal property tax as well as the railroad and back-end development as well?
Okay, so the railroad and public utility tax.
The business,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. So for the business personal property tax, we are recommending that we stay at 99 cents per $100 of assessed value. For the railroad and public utility tax, we are recommending that we stay at $2.75 per $100 of assessed value. And for vacant developed property, we are recommending that we stay at $2.50 per $100 of assessed value.
okay, and the blended cost of yield,
The blended rate is 0.763.
Okay.
76.3 cents per $100 of assessed value.
okay, and you could continue reading that whole line, that's fine.
Yes, and we could anticipate $5.37 million in the property tax revenue for fiscal 20.
Okay, so that covers the current proposed tax fiscal year, as you have heard it. This is a public hearing. It is open for the community. If they have any comment, we did receive an email, at least somewhere between last night and today about the tax rate, asking council to reconsider like lowering it to 1 or 2 cents, from one of our residents. So I want to make sure that's, that we are aware that that is for the record. Okay, do we have anybody online? Because we have members of the public, here. Anything online? Okay, so we'll wait a bit. Council, like, so while we wait, usually we wait for people, usually they have people coming in. But, in the previous meeting, we had requested for the management team, administration team to come back with a proposal 1, 2, 3 cents and what it will look like for the budget. Do you have that information with you?
Yes. For every 1 cent reduction in the single family and townhouse tax rate, it would be a reduction of $41,300 in tax revenue.
41,300?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
So 41,000 or
41,300,
41,300.
sorry.
Every penny that the council would.
and that is to be clear when it comes to residential and townhomes, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Downtown homes.
And that's the lion's share of our real estate tax.
Okay, okay, we're gonna wait as we like. Because we love, we're waiting. We're gonna wait for a few more minutes, and if we have no comments at this point,
have a
we're
general-
gonna move on to the budget itself.
Can we ask just general conversation while we're waiting?
It has to be related to the tax breaks, and then we could go into the budget.
I did have one.
Oh, they're related, so let me see, what does it say? And what does the open hearing say?
Can you put the screen up for the agenda? Hold on. This, Jimmy asked first. I mean, you could ask for it here, but this is usually served to the community. But,
We were just waiting, so we're killing time, so go ahead.
do you have something about the tax deal
This
specifically?
is about the
Yeah.
property tax and the budget, the public hearing, not
So
the special tax.
the first question was if we had anything about the tax, and I'll move on to the next one so that we could blend it into the budget. I mean, if you have something about tax deal or about the budget itself?
Tax.
Okay, go ahead and ask your question, please.
Yeah, I was just curious about the railroad and public utility tax. Is that just, it's the that's essentially a tax on like outside, like Pepco, right? And I guess.
For their easements through the town.
Gotcha,
You
gotcha.
have it on the south side.
Have we ever changed that historically or?
I think it's maxed out.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, that's all. I was curious.
Since I've been involved, it
Yeah.
hasn't changed.
Okay, so we're at the maximum.
7.5 for the past 7 to
Got it.
8 years.
Okay, no, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
It is not a large amount of revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, from those pages, the one that changed for the vacant development, I think it changed, what, 5 years ago, Luke? It used to be 5 or 6 years ago, it used to be $5, and then you changed it to $2.50. You remember this?
There was, for the railroad or the vacant,
Vacant,
there was,
used to be, I think, Tracy, Chevali, that collective.
That's what I
Chevali, obviously Miles, Netler, and Jesse. I think they originally created at $5, and then they brought it down. I think we did, or they did, brought it to $2.50.
maybe something like that.
Yeah, so usually those like more or less stay the same. Okay, anything on the, go ahead.
Something that we should consider waiving, opinion.
I think that at this,
We have a lot of vacant.
I think that at this point, I mean, anything's up for consideration, but be aware that if this is something we'll do, it definitely like, it's a lot. I think we could leave it right there because ultimately what the idea is to like encourage them to move. And I think a lot of properties have been moving, because we've been having, well, almost back there, we've been having quite a them like go through some properties that were not touched for years.
Yeah.
Move in a lot faster than they have like in the last 5 years than previously before. So I don't want to also handicap so much that they're like involved in like paying and they cannot like get out and then to fix their homes. Because once they're there, they have to they'll pay that year.
Yeah.
And then it's like they could get out like by next year. That's the only thing. And the list has already been sent, Alma. Yeah, the list has already been sent, so it would be like for next year. But I mean, that's something that we might think about originally. That's the reason why it was brought down from 5 to 250, because once you saw the numbers,
Yeah.
it was like definitely not the idea.
$3 or something.
There can also be retroactive adjustments.
Right.
To the vacant property.
Right.
Just in February, we had a $10,000 credit to the vacant property taxes.
Okay.
Because somewhere along the line, somebody got reclassified,
I see.
and there was a retroactive adjustment.
Okay,
I'd like to move that we adjourn. I think people will be coming, maybe want to speak in the session and that we adjourn the session.
so last time we had,
No,
look,
no, okay. Not
yeah.
debatable. Okay.
the what?
Motion to adjourn isn't debatable. And somebody has to second it.
Well, nobody seconded, but I had a question regarding the committees if they were gonna be coming. So I mean, like, if there's no second, I mean, I would like to ask my question.
Okay.
So last year we had 3 committees that came during the hearing. Does anybody has committees coming during the hearings?
I don't.
Okay,
I
we're
don't know.
good.
Jimmy does.
I do.
But during the hearing?
They're coming when the budget on the police is
Okay,
discussed.
the only reason why I asked is because last time, like, right before we were gonna close, 3 committees showed up, and I just want to make sure we were fair to do it before we close it. So I'm happy to entertain a motion to adjourn. If that's where you guys are at, we have been here for a few minutes. And then move on to the rest of the budget. Okay. Okay, somebody make a motion?
I moved, anybody second it?
Second.
Okay, we probably moved in second. Any discussion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none. The budget here has come to an end at 10:20. All right. Can you put the other agenda? Thank you so much, Melissa. All right. Okay, so, and this is the agenda for proposed budget work session, which has been scheduled following the hearing. It's 1, so we are within range. We have to officially call to order Jimmy Tarlo.
Here.
Jerry Stofus.
Here.
Valerie Woodall.
Here.
Luchesek.
Here.
All right, all of us are here. Can we please do a review of the agenda?
This is the agenda Sorry, for the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget work session of the mayor and city council, city of Mount Rainier, Saturday, March 25th, following the public hearing. Items for discussion, number 1, call to order. Number 2, review of the agenda. Number 3, fiscal year 2024 budget review. Number 4, proposal to go into closed session according to the annotated code of Maryland. The mayor and city council of the city of Mount Rainier have the statutory authority to close the session under general provisions, Article 3-305B for reasons of subsection 1, 7, and 9. 1, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction. Any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. 7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice, and 9, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to negotiations. And number 5, item 5, adjournment.
Thank you so much. Okay, you have an agenda in front of you. Is there any edits, do you guys want to see to this agenda? Please let me know. If not, let me know to move forward to the next step. We're good? Good. All right, so, we have an approved agenda and it's gonna stay as is, all right? So we're gonna move over to item number 3, proposed fiscal year 2024 budget review. The mayor and council review the proposed FY 2024 budget. And following that, we'll see where we're at, and at 3 o'clock, we'll be calling for the closed session. And if by any chances the budget hearing goes less than 3 p.m., we'll recess and come back, recess and then, go into the closed session at 3 p.m.
Is it gonna be virtual or a closed session or in person?
It's gonna depend whether we're still here at 3, it's gonna be here,
Closed session or the?
closed session.
Yeah, well, I guess,
Because, yeah, we could
unless,
end
won't
at
be here, so-
2:30 then.
She said,
has to be
she said
in
at 3, she said at 3 o'clock, she could make it, right? Unless something changed, she said starting at 3.
Virtually or in person?
So this is the way it's gonna work. Depending where we're in the budget, we either pause the budget to recess to go into closed session. If it's 3 o'clock, we'll do it here. If we finish the budget before 3, we'll recess and we could do it virtually. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna have us hang around an hour, but if we have to pause the budget, we have to come back to the budget. I definitely don't wanna like move whatever budget section we have into a chuck to another meeting.
I think the question was, Michael, at least, was whether the closed session will be virtual or not. And whether Alyssa will be here, or does it have to be?
So she's gonna be virtually.
Okay.
We're gonna be here depending where we're on the budget. Thank you for, that was the part I was missing, okay? So, that's why I make sure, like, let the public know and make sure we are aware of this. If we're gonna try to go for a little bit longer, and just let us know if you guys need a break, because I know this is a very long consuming, meeting. Okay, hopefully we'll get through it on it, and Melissa, you are ready to text the directors in case we move them quickly enough so they could be here early, right? Right, thank you so much. All right, so council, you were given today the new version. Is the new edited or what is it? Because that was something that I wasn't clear. Because when I glanced at it,
Just updated.
it was okay, because there was nothing highlighted that showed the changes between the last one and the new one. Yes, no?
There was not that much changes, if I recall correctly. We just updated the budget based on the information that we have. And we are here if there is anything, any confusion, but we updated the pages. So if you look at page 23, we could start from that page, and nothing really changes that we need to highlight it.
I think it would be, as we go through, helpful if you clarify what changed.
Sure.
Yeah, so for the future, can you make sure, like in the past, what they done is like they either give us a sheet or they don't copy the whole budget, they just like give us the edits of the sheet so we could shove it in. The other thing is like, keep in mind, it's not just us that were in this meeting. We have people that are gonna either hear this meeting later or review it later. And also when we backtrack, I don't need to be here the whole entire meeting to know number line item change. It's easier for us to like receive a document that says like, this is 4 or 5 points change. So that way, because if we all review the budget and we're coming ready to ask questions about the former budget, now that has changed.
Got it.
So on the ledger, we might be able to say like, okay, that was already answered, so we don't have to go through that.
we
Yeah,
can
we can-
create a log of
yeah.
changes.
Yeah.
Oh,
That would be,
change.
would be helpful for next year. Thank you.
Yeah, I've made a note
For the
and,
next one.
and
Yeah.
from today, any
Yeah.
updated version that you get will have a log of changes.
Perfect. Thank you,
Thank
Ron.
you so much.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
yeah,
Palmer.
so and make sure that the once it's done, like, it goes before the meeting, it goes up on the website as well, because some people
Okay.
might be able to do it virtually. We've been seeing to have more people not picking up the papers and stuff. I think most people are getting it like virtually.
Okay.
Some of them have like
Yeah,
reach
we'll-
out about.
We'll make it a cover page.
I just like
Thank
to
you so
make a
much.
comment, Mayor, please. We do that after the work session today because we do review it this time. But last time in the introduction or the presentation, we didn't make that much changes. I just want to be clear that usually after this long day, we come back with the changes. And whatever you guys want to do, we'll do it.
I think that we want to make sure that moving forward is done, and then for next year, if a new budget is given to us, that is taking
do it.
place as well. So make it a little bit easier, because as an example, there were 2 sheets and, by one number, the councilmember would have realized that she had a different package, right?
We appreciate that.
But that way we could all follow through, and that might be the case when it comes to residents, not knowing which versions they're looking at. You know.
Just so I recognize the changes are de minimis and totally understand that, but just for my ability to be able to look at the one we got, this one, and make sure I don't miss anything. And then I think,
Sure.
so that would be helpful for sure.
I don't remember what we discussed 2 weeks ago. It's helpful to have somebody highlight
Yeah.
what we actually.
We are deep in this, but not necessarily as deep as you are.
Right.
And
We'll do
yeah.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Sure.
Thank you, guys. So, council, last meeting, we discussed, the property tax. So let me blend in because not everybody was here for the hearing in case somebody's here new. So we just finished the hearing, and we're gonna be moving on to the budget itself. Melissa, can you put the agenda up? For those that have not joined us for a public hearing before, basically, we go to a tentative agenda. Can you put that more or less where the times the people are gonna be coming? You have that one? We try to have the directors come in, so we'll go by line item by line item, like to be able to identify stuff. The directors will join us for their section, and then we'll also get to ask them questions to get their vision of the budget and their department. So more or less, this is what the tentative times are, because it basically depends on whether we're running behind or we're running ahead for them to come and join us. So once we start reviewing that on it, you'll see the line on it, and this was also needs to be posted. Okay, so more or less, that's the way it looks. So we try to stick to whatever the line is. So if it's administrative services, we go to administrative services and then move on. This doesn't, at the end of all of it, put at the bottom, if there's something that you like, other budget discussion, it will be there in case like we already passed it and you'll be like, there's something else I need to add. You also have a chance to, I don't want you to feel like it's the last of it. And remember, this is just, the run through of the budget. We're still gonna have other meetings about the budget, okay? So I hope that makes it clear, and we'll do the same thing, like first round for council. We do a 3-minute, and that goes for everybody maximum, then 2, and then 1 to try to stay on task. And for the members of the community, they're gonna be speaking, it'll be the same rules as we do for a regular meeting. It's 3 minutes for, if they have a statement to make. If they represent a group or a committee, usually it's 5 minutes for them. We ask for you to be respectful. If you need to address a situation, address the situation, and we usually do not use, staffing names on them. And we ask for respectful to each other, no attacks towards staff happened before. Okay, Luke, did I miss any of the all rules?
No,
You
I
can
just
think of-
assume we'll go through the fee schedule then when Alma comes during her code presentation.
Can you put the first one, Melissa?
This is already 10:30, so I don't want to screw up the schedule, so maybe we could just cover that one, Alma.
We could do Alma right now and then move stuff around.
Where's Alma?
Alma is the,
Well,
Alma's until later, so she's here early.
She's just sitting here.
So
Alma, you're here early.
Whatever we want to do the fee schedule, I want to try to make sure people who are not here and are timed to come, that we don't mess with their timing.
So I'm scheduled to be here at 12. I mean, you could bump it up if you want, but
No, I don't
it's
care.
like, no.
Yeah.
It's like,
I'm fine with her going.
He's like, no,
Yeah.
don't bump me up. Leave me alone. I'm enjoying the schedule. He's like having a relaxation time and here you're putting her to do extra work. Okay, so the first, I don't know what, I guess we're doing by order of the budget. So do me a favor, when you guys refer to an item, let us know what the page is and the line item so that we could put together. So if it's line, as an example, 5560, and the page number, so it's easier to follow through. Okay, Valerie, we're good. Any questions? All right,
When would you like me to fit in the revenue and the general fund totals?
where do you have a schedule, Melissa?
Now.
Mayor and council.
That's.
I guess mayor and
This is
council.
The first half hour.
Okay, all right. I'll read fast and, we'll go from there. Okay, page 23, general fund revenues.
Hold on one second.
It's on page 23.
I think we can just do the totals. So
We
If-
haven't done this is the reason why you guys said that you guys wanted to do a read through
Okay.
today.
We do have to do a line by line read.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's okay.
because remember, we skipped the last time. That's what this was like, just
Okay.
Q&A.
Very good.
All right,
When-
page again, please. I'm sorry.
Page 23,
So page 23, that'll be the general fund and revenues.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
okay, in the first section under tax revenue, line 4100 real property tax, we're budgeting 5,116,728. 4101 vacant development.
Do me a
property
favor, can you please make sure that you mention the increase or decrease percentage on it?
tax. Sure, yeah,
For the record, you don't have to do the other year. So if this is the first visit with the budget, the 1, 2, 3, 4 in front of it, that's the previous years. And then it's like the proposed for next year and what the changes between this year and the proposed for next year.
okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Just
So you want me to
point of
read-
procedure question, just, should we wait until at the end of his revenue for questions, or do you want to go by lines?
We sometimes do the little bracket, like tax revenues and stuff like that, because what do you guys want to do? Every council has done it differently.
I think you just let them run through it all, and if you have questions at the end.
Yeah, I feel.
You're
Might
good?
be A little more time.
Just of the revenue, then we'll.
Yeah.
Figure
Yeah.
something.
So, okay, so we're in agreement with that, right? Because, okay, as long as we're in agreement, we're fine. Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
so for the real property tax, 5,116,728, which is a 4% increase over the previous year.
Mhm.
4101 vacant developed property tax, we're budgeting 249,454.79, which is a 40% increase over the previous year. 4102 business personal property tax, we're budgeting 40,000, which is no increase. 4103 railroad and utilities personal property tax, we're budgeting 97,520, which is no increase. 4105 interest and penalties on taxes, we're budgeting 10,000, which is no increase. 4106 penalty, late fees and other, we're budgeting 3,000, which is no increase. 4108 shared state income tax, we are budgeting 750,000, which is a 15% increase. So for total tax revenue, we're budgeting 6,269,202.79, which is 6% increase.
Can you guys do me a favor, Melissa? Can you mute the mics of everyone? Because I'm getting feedback. Okay, just lock them up in place until question, okay?
No.
Licenses and permits.
You
Line-
you got it? I don't know what we're hearing.
Might be feedback or something.
Go ahead.
Line 4200 residential rental licenses, we're budgeting 500,000, which is no increase. 4201 business occupancy licenses, we're budgeting 10,000, which is no increase. 4202 cable FiOS CP revenue, we're budgeting 45,000, which is a 36% decrease. 4203 vacant building registration fee, we're budgeting 10,000, which is no increase. 4204, building permit fees, we're budgeting 20,000, which is no increase. 4205, ED revenues, in parentheses franchise fees, we're budgeting 75,000, which is a 21% decrease. 4206, parking permit revenue, we're budgeting $400, which is no increase. 4207, tree removal permit, we're budgeting 200, which is no increase. 4208, mitigation impervious fees, we're budgeting $1,000, which is no increase. 4211, church occupancy licenses, we're budgeting 500, which is no increase. 4212, other licenses and permits, we're budgeting 5,000, which is no increase. 4214, rent stabilization fees, we're budgeting $135,625, which is a infinity increase because we didn't have any in the previous year.
Extra money.
So for total licenses and permits, we're budgeting $802,725, which is a 13% increase. Next section, intergovernmental revenue, line 4301, SHA MOU, we're budgeting 16,779, which is no increase. 4302, state highway user fees, we're budgeting $276,053.44, which is an 18% increase. 4303, state police aid, we're budgeting $229,122, which is no increase. 4304, county disposal fee rebate, we're budgeting 20,000, which is no increase. Charges for services, line 4400, we're budgeting 20,000, which is no increase. 4401, refuse collection fees, we're budgeting 300, which is no increase. 4402, trash hauler fees, we're budgeting 1,000, which is no increase. 4403, fees for city services, we're budgeting 200, which is no increase. 4404, other services and charges, we're budgeting 3,000, which is no increase. Next section, fines and forfeitures. 4,500, parking violations, we're budgeting 70,000, which is a 142% increase. 4502, municipal code violations, we're budgeting 1,500, which is no increase. 4503, impoundment fees, we're budgeting 7,500, which is a 50% increase. 4506, speed camera violations, we're budgeting 800,000, which is a 7% increase. Next section, miscellaneous revenue. 4,600, interest on investments, we're budgeting 70,000, which is a 2,233% increase. 4602, rent income, we're budgeting 33,600, which is an infinite increase because we didn't have it in the previous year. 4603, sale of real property, we're not budgeting. 4604, sale of police property, we're not budgeting. 4605, solar credits revenue, we're budgeting 7,500, which is no increase. 4606, insurance damage recovery, we are not budgeting. 4608, Mount Rainier Day revenue, we're budgeting 1,500. 40. That should be a no increase. The Mount Rainier Day revenue. 4699, miscellaneous revenue, we're budgeting 5,000, which is a 67% decrease from the previous year. 4609, bike co-op revenue, we're budgeting 3,000, which is no increase. And then 4707, use of fund balance. At the current time, we are not budgeting that much. So for total miscellaneous revenue, we're budgeting 120,600, which is a 38% decrease from the previous year. Total operating revenue is $8,637,982.23, which is a 6% increase over the previous year. The next section is grant revenue. And just to remind you, we recognize grant revenue as we spend it, so that it always nets to zero. So these are also the same amounts that you will see in the expense section for these various grants. For line 4720 for line 4698, COVID relief. Okay, let me go back. Line 4700 COTS grant. It ends in fiscal 23, so we are not budgeting any revenue for that line item.
Sir, Ron, can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
Not that item, but just. when
What's
you-
your question?
wait till the end?
I have to wait until the end.
Are we waiting?
About what he's stating, what, okay.
We're gonna wait for the
It's
end.
not
for all
about a
the-
specific item, it's what he means when he's saying.
We're gonna wait until the end, because trust me, I have questions in the middle
Okay.
too.
All right.
Remember, let me know so I can
Sorry.
call upon you.
All right.
Go.
Line 4698, COVID relief / ARPA, we are budgeting $3.5 million. For 4720.20 Green Streets, we are budgeting $530,000. For 4720.21 Police Basement Renovation, we're budgeting $300,000. For line 4720.24 Rhode Island Avenue facade grant from DHCD, we're budgeting $50,000. For 4720.25 Welcome Center Bond Bill, this is a capital grant from the state of Maryland, we're budgeting $250,000. For line 4720.28 Petco Community Garden, we're budgeting $10,000. Over on page 24, for line 4720.29 MDNR Parks and Playgrounds, we're budgeting $105,726. For line 4720.30 DHCD 34th Street facade, we are budgeting $100,000. For line 4720.31, the Maryland safety cameras. This is only the portion for fiscal 24. We are budgeting $100,837. So for total grants, we are budgeting $4,946,563, which is a 5% increase. Total revenue, operating plus grants, we are budgeting $13,584,545.23, or 545.23, which is a 6% increase.
All right, so if you're just joining us right now, our co-consultant, we didn't even introduce the team. So I just realized that. Sorry, guys. Just read the general funds and revenues on page 23 and 24. And we'll go the first open for the council. If you could potentially put all your questions together instead of one question answer will make life a little bit easier. So if you have 3 questions, if ideally put the 3 of them together, okay? Oh my goodness, my budget looks like it's lighted up in like a Christmas tree. Okay, so do me a favor, before we continue, can each of you guys introduce yourself and what your role is with the city for the residents that have not met you before? Go ahead, Natalie.
My name is Natalie Sam, and I'm staff accountant here in the city of Mount Rainier.
My name is Ron Wilson. I'm finance consultant to the city.
Rosh Kamali, city manager for the city of Mount Rainier.
And we do have, I don't know if you could see them, Pink in communications, Melissa, clerk, and Jared, MRTV. Okay, that's who was here from the staff, and you'll see the directors coming in. Cheryl and Alma already here from HR and code, both directors. That's who they are. So my apologies. I guess we wanted to run and go. All right, so Jimmy, I'm gonna go with you first because I know you had questions from earlier. Jared, I'll go after with you and then we'll go around. Okay, you want me to go with you or skip you?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
I'll ask all the questions, you can respond. So on line 4108, I I mean, I'd like to see that kind of. The actuals was 751 in fiscal 51, 870 in fiscal 20, whatever you call it, FY 22. Why can't we make it 800 in fiscal 24? Is there any reason to believe that it will get as low as 750? Let me just, you want me to ask all the questions?
Yeah.
At
At least that's three and then come back for.
That's the most important question. Obviously, on 4215, the rent stabilization fees, the mayor and council proposing that be suspended until January 1st. So that amount probably would have to be cut in half. Just some less questions. 4707, you have use of fund balance, 100,000. I wasn't sure, maybe you could say what that was for.
Yeah.
Just on 4202, and this is not as important, is last year you proposed 70,000 as revenue. I was just curious why you would propose that. And on 4699, miscellaneous revenue goes up and down. Any reason what the $5,000 you're projecting as opposed to 40 or 15 or 9, and what that number has to do with anything? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ron, you let's
Sure.
maybe do three at a time, guys.
Sure,
Because I even
yeah,
lost track of the numbers, but you cover, I think,
Fine.
some of mine as well. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Ron.
For the state income tax, I did a history of this, and it's complicated by the fact that during the COVID, the filing deadlines for the state of Maryland income tax were extended to July. And doing a year-to-year matchup is very difficult. What we think happened in fiscal 22 is that was actually some money that we would have received in fiscal 21 if the filing deadlines had been the same. I'm still attempting to dig into this more deeply. As we get money this spring, the picture will become a little clearer. And we always have the ability to change that budget if it looks like the money will come in stronger. With regard to the fund balance, the $100,000 budgeted for 23 was a budget mod which was done to provide monies for grant matching expense for various economic development
That
grants.
came out of reserves then.
Yeah,
Okay.
the 100,000
Okay,
came
yeah.
out. Mayor and
So-
council approval.
For the miscellaneous revenue, it's just sort of a catch-all for things that we might, that we don't budget otherwise that might come in the door. And we did the fiscal 24 budget based on what we're seeing for fiscal 23. It is one of those things where you kind of stick your finger in the wind. There's not a lot of methodology to it except history. We got a lot of miscellaneous revenue in fiscal 21 and 22. Not a whole lot in fiscal 23 so far.
Okay.
So was there another item?
Rent stabilization.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
It's gonna be cut.
50%.
So if you delay that until January, my understanding is that it would be billed up front for the whole year. We would recognize the revenue as we receive it. So even though it might not start till January, that would be revenue that would be recognized in the fiscal 24 budget.
But only half of it?
No, all of it would be recognized because we would receive it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I will, and Alma, since Alma, you might wanna pull for this one, but the money's not gonna be coming from January to June. I think it goes on a little bit further, right? The licenses, are they all paid between January and June, or they go beyond that?
February 28th.
When it comes to the rental
Yeah.
licenses,
Yeah.
we're talking about, they all have different things.
When you come in and.
Yeah,
No,
that come in.
So
Sorry, Alma.
Yeah, not the rental licenses, the rent stabilization.
But usually they, okay,
So when we're talking about the multi-units, the apartments that we're
Mhm.
talking about, they all have different expiration dates, meaning that they're not, fiscal year from July to next June. They all have different dates, so it's kind of hard to say,
So are we going to be assessing the rent stabilization fee as the rental licenses are renewed? I thought they were all being billed at the same time.
Well, not unless we want to change the structure.
Yeah, originally the thought was to do both at the same time.
Oh.
So that way they'll be so consistent and honest, so they'll come in and submit the documents together instead of trying to do everything at once. 1 month, everything at once, and then have to come in through the year.
Right.
So that's at the point, what was projected on it. So I would say rather put it half, and if we need to adjust it to more, we'll do that. But I'd rather at least cut it to half. Right, Jamie? Is that what you're thinking as well?
I mean, it's complicated. I just don't know when it's billing and when you're gonna bill it. So I'm not sure, when is it actually being billed, for the rent stabilization?
So it says that we start in January, correct?
Yeah. So will everybody be billed in February?
Yes.
Well, then Ron is right, then it should be the whole amount. I mean, let's say it started in July, when would it be billed?
No, I think she's saying like in January 28, well, the rental license, they have some in January, some February, so March, April, May, June, and so on. They don't all are in February 28. The February 28 are the business licenses and the parking permits.
So
Right.
if we had started in July of this year, when will we be billing the rent stabilization payments?
So if we start this year.
If we had started, let's say what would we have been doing? When will we have billed people for that part?
Then I would say start immediately.
All right, so we would have been billing them everybody in July,
July.
and now we're billing everybody in January. Then it's probably the same fiscal year.
Well, we could do it that way. That's fine. I guess it's like two different ways that could have been done. Either you bill everybody in January and think we were still figure out whether it's January, February that numbers came through, or B, we tie it up to when their license is due, so they'll come in that month and do it. So that's a decision that we need to make. That's what I said, like this is a longer conversation than that, because it's a procedure one. So either A, if you have 3 businesses that have licenses due in January, let's say in July, if July 1st, you have X amount of businesses are supposed to come in July, you'll bill those 3. In August, the other ones, blah, blah, blah. So it's not gonna be all at once. So that's option 1. Option 2 is say July 1st, you'll be paying like your whole FY 24, which gets complicated because remember the what's it called? The CPI goes out. We said what, February of the previous year. So that's why I said cut it in half for right now. And then if we need to adjust it, it's fine. And then we'll decide what will work best for code to be able to take care of that. Whether it's going to be a one-time thing and that's the financing code will work on this, or will it be attached to their license? So that was like a complete package on it.
Then I'd also suggest that we take the shared state income tax and make it 800, because that could also be reduced if we don't make that, but we're trying to. The reason we have to make these decisions now in terms of budgetary items that, even if the 869 was from the previous year, that would have, the average of the 2 years is over 800. If you count fiscal 21 and fiscal year 22, you add the 2 and divide by 2, you get like 805. So, maybe we should make that up to 800 to, these are all, estimates. So I would suggest that we make that 800.
Let me go, if it's about this point, because I have a lot to say about this one, let me go, Jared, and you about this. We could put this in the table and do it, because I have a lot of feelings about moving it up. I'm happier moving it down. But go ahead, Jared, you have it.
Oh, right. Some quick broad questions, Ron.
You have anything to add about the topic that Jimmy had brought up,
No.
moving the share income tax up?
No.
You're good with that? Valerie, you have something on that?
I would keep it the same as what it was in FY 21, just to be safe. Just because that seems like around where we are. Although FY 23 isn't complete yet. I would probably keep it around 750, just to be
We want to stay conservative a little bit.
a little bit.
Just,
The 869 was just a delay and
Yeah.
because of the pandemic.
Because We don't know about those numbers, Mayor. I'm sorry about FY 21 and 22, you know.
Yeah. So let me go through it
Sorry.
and I promise I'll come back to you, but I need to hear from the council where they're at, so at least like, if anything, want to make sure we give you some guidance leaving out of here, because you guys are gonna have to make additions. And if not, it's gonna be a big email and a longer discussion on something else. Luke, anything on the share tax? So I'll talk. I'd rather you leave it the same. If you need to move it, it's towards down. Mainly because I'd rather be safe to say like the budget will cover every single thing on this. And if more money comes, then we move it up, not a problem. So in the past, we had done like quarterly like budget amendments, so that we know how we're doing, right? But my thing is like, if we overshoot it, then we're gonna have to start cutting out of the budget. So I'd rather have a template in and have extra that's gonna go to like, our general funding, or to be able to say, okay, this extra 50,000 are gonna come and is gonna solve, the streets or whatever it is, we wanna use it, or goes to our reserve, or goes to Potts Hall, 50,000 is very nice. At least it's a chip, but I would suggest, my thing is like, don't move it, leave it as is, and if it's any direction, it's gonna go down, not up. So that's kind of where I'm at. So,
My only comment is that, we have a lot of budgetary, people talking about extra items that aren't even included in the budget. So at some point we have to figure out what to do that. And we do have kind of a major reserves. And so if we had a problem with it, we could always do something. But today is the day when we have to have a balanced budget, which includes proposals for gateway, postpone, possibly reducing taxes. So, we have to make some estimates, but that's why trying to figure out how do we, do some of the things we want to do and have a balanced budget.
I would say that from previous experience, we'll go through it, ask them questions, and on it, like, Luke will usually, so if you see Luke typing or writing information, he's usually our track keeper for people that are not here. The staff keeps track, he keeps track, so that way there's at least like, a check and balance and helping each other and helping us out. As we go through it, we could definitely see what line items we want to reduce to try to figure out any of the money fits on it. And then once we go through it, we could go back and decide whether or not we want to move that there. Because if we are able to find the money within the budget, then we're good. Because if not, we could like say that number, then we're gonna have to be sitting here like a few months later, cutting it off. The other thing is like, we do need to remember, this is also for members of the public, that we don't get a check for like $750 all at once. It comes out like little bits at a time through the year. And there's years that a little less comes. And there's months where a little bit more comes. So that's the reason why I sometimes spread to be more conservative, because I don't want to put us in a position where a good chunk of what we need to do is in the front and we don't have, we're going to have to be pulling out of the reserve. And right now, like that we have reserves, but we also have $3+ million that we need to take care of, plus 2 million in just debt for Potts Hall. So we need to be fully aware of that. So I'll say like, let's go through it to figure out what we can do out of it. And then we could always, and I also want to make sure we remember this, right? We could always choose to pause some things and then review them like through the middle of the year if need be to add something, right? If there's like, if we see something straight low, or if we getting a grant to cover something, that might be able to help. That's another option. Yes, we have to balance the budget, but not everything has to go into the budget and today, but ideally most of it does. So that way, like the team knows what to do moving on. Okay. All right. So Jimmy, you got all your questions, the round of yours?
Yeah.
Okay. If not, we'll come back to you. Jared, you have next.
Yeah, sorry, a quick top line question. The grant revenue, just so I understand, the amounts in this year are not the full amount of the grant. It's the amount we intend to expend out of the grant this year, which may be the full cost of the grant.
It may or may not be.
Yeah.
Some grants extend over multiple years.
Okay.
Sometimes grants are budgeted and not spent.
Yep.
They are rebudgeted the next year.
Perfect. Okay. The second question was on municipal code violations, and maybe this fit all my questions too.
45.
Sorry, 4502. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. That number is 1,500. Is that we just don't assess many code violations? Well, I know you're issuing warnings, and there's a scale up process. Is it a difficulty in collecting them? Is it? Or is it just our fees are also low?
Well, we have, cited.
Yeah, yes,
And ultimately, it actually depends on whether, the judge in our citation hearing will say, okay, we have to lower the amount, or we can say at the amount that, the resident was cited.
Gotcha.
We definitely follow through with all our citations.
yeah, and I don't want to say you weren't. I
No, no.
just wanted to, it seemed lower than I expected. But, yeah, okay.
Anything,
We're looking.
any other?
And then, just curious, the parking violations seem to go up quite a bit previous years. What was the, it's, and I'm trying.
Line item
4,500.
Sorry, guys, 4,500 parking violations. It's
Yeah.
gone up and down. I think I remember we did something a year and a half ago that probably caused that to, was that the parking, forgiveness?
We went through a period of time. Well, we're still working it out. We're
Exactly, with our vendor.
with our vendor. And at the same time, we have turned over some old parking violation monies
To be correct.
to a collection agency.
Okay,
You know, it's real hard to predict
Yeah.
how much is gonna come in.
Yep.
So we just looked at, fiscal 22 and sort of matched that number.
okay. So, yep, that was all the questions I had.
Again, if it comes in stronger
Yes.
than that, then we always
We
have
can
the
amend the
option
budget on
of doing a
Okay,
budget.
This is a
modification.
conservative
Yeah.
estimate. All right, thank you.
So, last year, we, during the pandemic, we were, we basically gave a
Well-
non-written NFC where we were like focusing on taking care of
Which
people
is-
now, so that way it went down. For the violations, we also did for a few months, the ability for people to pay without having the late fees.
Yep.
So that brought some in, and what the finance team is talking about, like all violations, like before, there was a document that we signed, a resolution that passed
Yes.
in the last year that allowed for the city to go after like all citations and get a company firm. I'm not sure
We already-
where it said, in order for us to be able to go after all citations for them to pay this, so that revenue is also coming in. That's what's a little bit hard to estimate what it would look like because of all the.
Yeah, we are
Changes.
working with the Municipal Collection of America as a vendor. And they're trying to get all the speed cameras and parking violation in place. Then we have to reconcile it with the vendor. So Ron is trying to come up, based on the history. In FY 22, we collected $72,000. So
Okay.
hopefully we get to that much or more. At that time, we can, as Mayor said, we can amend the budget
Perfect.
anytime.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the clarity. I appreciate it.
All right, you got your first round out?
Yeah.
Okay, Valerie and then Luke.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good morning.
Hello,
Today is, today is a good day for writing grants.
Yeah.
So, anyway, but, just a few questions. So in the tax rate document here, you anticipate, 5.3 million in real property tax.
Mhm.
But then in the budget here, it says 6.269.
Yeah, that's
That's a
total
total.
taxes, not
Okay.
just property.
Okay.
Yeah.
For
The
the
property-
property, add the first two lines together.
I see. Okay. Got it.
5.3
Perfect.
change.
Perfect, great, thank you. That was my first question. It looks like our trash hauler fees are usually a little more than 1,000, just as an FYI. I think, well, you have some reductions, like the cable FiOS is going down by 36%, the TV revenues are going down by 21%. Can you, and then I think the miscellaneous revenue, you said,
Jimmy.
you talked about that. Oh, Jimmy had asked that. Okay, good. Gotta check right there. So I think if you could just speak to the two reductions up here, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Under
What we're seeing with the cable and TV franchise revenue is what we're getting in right now is much lower. And I I don't know for sure, but I suspect that what's going on is that people are cutting their cable. So those fees are based on the number of subscribers in our city.
Okay.
I think that that's a long-term trend and we'll continue to see that number go down.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Okay, you got yours? Okay. Luke,
Did I hear correctly, Mayor, you wanted to, cut in half the fees for the rental?
Yeah.
rest civilization for right now,
So I'm
until we
just
get
trying
this
to,
stuff done.
For the time being.
For time.
right, so that would be a big hit on the budget.
Yep.
So that would be just trying to understand the cost, so 100.
65,000.
This question, and that, is there an expense linked to that item that would also be cut?
What is the expense right now?
Well, right now, we're working to get the expenses, complete because we need to have, I believe Ron was trying to find out how much it's gonna cost the city to have some kind of access online for the big complex apartment to go on, log in and get all their information. Then based on that, we can get them to pay for it. So definitely there is a cost associated to have that access. And also the consultant or the staff time that we're gonna spend to go through the process.
But at this point, you guys are like in the investigating part. There's nothing that has been spent that we could be
I
accounting
guess I'm
for.
saying if
Nothing.
we cut the revenue, we'd probably also be cutting
Yeah,
the
that's what Jenny's
expenses.
saying, that-
Those would be the
Yeah.
expenses to do better stabilization.
Remember how we said like we could like bring it back up once we decide what year it is? So you could leave it as is or cut it and then just come back and update it.
Or cut the expense side
Right.
for
We
rent
don't have the
stabilization,
expense
that's what I'm
side.
saying, so
We
we
don't
I don't
decide.
have no spend size right now. There's still
Well, we do
investigation
have
unit.
some holding places for the expenses.
Yeah.
They aren't exact, but they are our best estimate at this point in time. And we'll revisit those and see if the timing will change and make the resulting changes to the expense budget.
Yeah, so at this point is zero money that they have spent. Right now, they're like figuring out what that would look like. And we could do we always do from here to then, if all that information is set. It could be put back in later on the process before we vote, and if not, be put in, how to call it, through the budget amendment.
I think the point in getting the fees was to pay for staff.
Yep.
We're not doing it, then we don't have to pay for as much staff.
I think the concern is that is there a staff member that we've added into this budget?
No, there is no.
No,
Not yet.
So there is no equivalent
no.
expense reduction, Jimmy, to the income reduction.
But he said
We
the whole.
did put in some consultant time.
Okay.
Instead of adding a new staff
Yeah.
person.
Gotcha.
We figured that would be less of a cost.
Okay.
So we've already made that decision.
Point that to us.
In the budget.
So I think that before you guys made a decision, make sure you guys made a presentation, because it might not be
Sure.
what we were gearing on, because the ordinance clearly said it was to pay on and we were gonna bring a staff member on board.
Mhm.
So let's be very careful with what we're doing, and when that happens, consult with the rest of us, because we want to make sure what the process would look like and figure out if this is what we're signing up for.
Okay.
Okay, because a consultant might not be able to be here 3 times a month to take care of all of this. Take care of the board, publish everything else that is needed as part of the job that this person was meant to be hired. So let's make sure that it covers everything else, because it might not work the way it is. Okay, so before we
Sure,
go towards a decision, let's take care of that.
definitely.
Look,
Any other question?
okay, so I have a question for you guys. The grants revenue has a little question mark next to it. Is
Yeah,
that
that-
supposed to be attached to it?
No, that was just a typo. We just have to.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if so I let me go through it. So the shared tax, Jimmy covered it. Rent civilizations covered, the state user highway fees, I will recommend. Because there was a big fight regarding a sunset on it, to figure out if there's any increase on it and what it looks like. So we might have to look for our consultant to figure out what it's looking for. That's the HUR, so that's line 4302. All right, So,
This is based on the
This
notice
is-
that we've already.
Yeah.
received.
okay, but what I'm saying is we move forward.
Yeah.
Put a little marker so that way every year we're checking on it, so that way,
Sure.
you're aware because the notices might be coming in. Okay, because they are, the other thing that we need to take into account, just like you were saying for the cable. As like, the deadlines are meeting to go into electric, this line item will take a hit.
Okay,
Big.
Because it's based on the gas that they put in the cars. So the more electric we go, that's what will happen. I'm not saying don't go electric, but right now, organizations like the Maryland Municipal League is looking into what alternative tax could be on, let's say for electrical charges in order to fulfill this. Okay, so keep that on your radar when it comes to that. Parking violation was on it. For the impound fees, it went up 200,000. Is there a reason why it went up 50%?
Well, right now, we supposed to get $7,500 from City of Hyattsville. Chief has requested 7,500 for FY
So we're
23.
staying the same.
Yeah, so we're keeping it the same. And if anything goes up, then we can always adjust it.
All right, perfect. 4602 rent income.
Rent income is the Perry Street.
So can you do me a
Lord.
favor? And if it's not, I didn't see it in the note. Can you guys put in the note what it is to make sure people are aware, what it looks like? Because eventually if we have more than one property, we might have to add it to the budget if we have more than one rental.
Yeah.
Okay, so at least we know, they know that that's what it is. Miscellaneous revenue was covered. The use of fund balance, what is?
$100,000.
What is the fund balance?
The fund balance is the reserve money that we pull the money from the reserve, and the term for it is.
So I'm asking because, so you're not expected to pull anything from the fund balance? Is that what it is? That's what we're
No,
down to
just-
zero?
no.
we have a balanced budget without it.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Let me see, the COPS grant, that was supposed to be a 3-year grant.
Yeah.
We already done, and that's the reason why they did the audit, right?
Yes.
So do me a favor, make a note right there that it says 3 years on this budget, so that way people know that we got it 2 years prior, and that's the reason why. Because if you notice, you just have the FY 23 on it, and there's nothing previous. So if we got anything prior, can we make sure that budget is
Sure.
fixed? And then you guys already said that Rainier Day revenue was also gonna be added, right? Because it went
Yeah,
zero and it was 1,500. We got that for sponsorship. For 47-2029 versus play and the MDNR Parks and Playground.
sure. So,
Yeah, but that's the point. Can you make sure you guys put right there that it's Richardson as well?
Okay.
Because remember, like this one is supposed to be able to allow for us to be able,
we'll do that.
the mic fix everything. That would, like, residents know what it is. I don't want to give the false solutions for all the other parks. That's money that was specifically for that. And then that was asked to me previously. I know you guys cover it. Memorial Park is not there because it's supposed to be all expense before this June, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay,
June
so-
30th.
thank you, because that was asked on me, and I remember you guys covered, but for the person that asked me, you heard this. Let me see, community gardens there, Wilkins Center bill. All right, so I think that will be what I have for this round. Okay, so if you guys can make some of those
Sure.
edits, I definitely appreciate it. And if you guys think of what the question one, Mark, let us know.
Sure.
Yes.
No.
Can I make a suggestion as we go through the expense side? Let's start with the department.
Department, then come back with the revenue.
All of your questions
With the
will be
expenses.
around the departmental budgets, and then at the end, we can go read the general fund totals.
If it's
And all
okay
the
with you
questions
guys.
should be done by then, and it might save us some.
That's fine. Do me a favor, Melissa, make a note so that we can remember, okay? Or Luke as well. But because we always say we're gonna do that, and then halfway through it, I realized that we should have done that as well.
Yeah.
But you're already all involved in it. I didn't want to interrupt you.
All right.
Last one general
Go
question.
ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Which I've always never quite sure about. When you talk about regular pay and we talk about the full-time equivalents, which are 46, what is our actual
number of people we've paid for in the last year? Like, do we actually pay for 40?
No, no,
So, so we paid for maybe 43, because there's usually an average of 3 vacancies.
yes. We had 3 police officers that were,
So my question is the regular pay based on a full
No.
46, or is it based on?
based on what we have paid so
So it's
far.
based on like having a couple of vacancies throughout the year.
Exactly.
Well, let me
So-
clarify. The budget is based on a full roster for the full year.
Yeah.
That's the
So for-
There are,
actuals
you're right.
would reflect only what we paid.
So my,
Just one thing, we're talking about page 17, personnel schedule, full-time quality, what specifically?
I'm talking
we're
about page 17, then the 34.
Okay, so remember, in order to guide the rest of us, in the
Right.
conversation,
So-
somebody else, like, so
so-
17 and 24, go on.
So the general question is, if we're not paying, why do we budget on the full number of actuals when it really never happens?
It could happen.
Well, but it's never happened. At some point, we're doing a budget. I don't think there's ever been a time in all my years that we paid on the full number of employees
I-
listed.
I think with the exception of like a couple of them was like maybe 2 that were missing. This year's an interesting case. Like that we have less, but I think the previous years maybe was 2 positions that we were short in the police department, but not because of lack of trying, but because of it, but.
Right.
But you want to make sure you budget whatever you need, and then from there, if you don't need it, you could reallocate it later. Then the other way around. I guess that's the way it's been done. But, okay, so. We'll go to you and then to Luke. Go ahead. Kamali,
Thank-
you, yeah.
Yeah, but we base the budget on the organizational chart that we have.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have 5 police officers, so the roster says 46. We plan on 46. If we go less than that, it will be always credited the account.
Okay. All right. Luke,
I would just say that the reason why we have so much in our investment account is because of making sure we budget for full salaries. We don't pay full salaries. So the reason why we have money to invest in Hot's Hall
Mhm.
is because of that. So I hear you, and I think the way to address that is to, during the year, do budget amendments as salaries, staff.
Or possibly take something out of the reserves that have been built up in the
Yeah.
vacancies and
I
actually
think that's right.
add them to the budget. Because, again, every year I've been
Yeah.
here,
I think that's right.
we've never had a full vacancy. And so maybe we want to budget for next year, but actually take some of the money that we've saved on vacancies and add them to the budget. Which would mean transferring some money from reserve.
I think that's-
so as a point of information, I did send an email out yesterday asking what the FY 22 reconcile money was. Or basically more or less what you're talking about, Jamie, because I wanted to see how much money out of the budget. So we project the budget to be this, right? And by the time we reconcile, it could be like 5 cents or $1 million or $300 went out. So what I want us to be able to make decisions on what money was reconciled to decide, do we go ahead and put that back into the general fund? Or do we utilize those extra, whatever, $30 or whatever the amount is, to pull that money from the because it has to go to it has to go in, and then we could pull to add more money into it. But usually once it goes, once it's not used, it goes to the bank, and then we start cleaning your budget. But it's good to hear what the reconcile is to figure out, like, if in this case, like salaries were not used, how much additional money went into the account, and can we use that to now move it forward? Because I'll give you an example, right? So let's say we thought about buying whatever, 3 cars that didn't came through. On the new one, we could either decide, you know what, we want to make sure that we want that, depending on the money on it. I know the paper trail looks a little different, but that would consciously, we know there was an extra $2,000 that went in. That could mean that on the next budget, we could do 4 cars instead of 3 if we needed to, because not enough went on one side. But I think we need to figure out what the reconcile number is to figure out like how much money went back in to figure out what we have. And if we want to increase the budget in that way, or utilize some of the reserve money for other projects. Okay, but that was the reason why I asked. Go ahead.
Is that where we could pull money from the fund balance and put it into the budget here?
I would say
Mayor and council have to.
we have to decide to, once the money always has to go in. But once it goes in, and then you could do a budget amendment to get it out.
That's correct.
But you don't know until until finance closes the books the last day.
Mhm.
You can, and that's not like June 1st, not, I think it's like 30 or 60 days after that day. That they'll be able to determine how much money it is once everything has come in, whether it's like tax, whether it's like bills. And
Check-
then you
yeah.
can do it.
We do know
Technically,
there's a-
that number is established when the audit is.
Yeah.
But we do know there's a $3 million reserves. So the problem is you could do it, but you wouldn't want to do it for possibly continuing expense. But for one time,
For a
expense,
one
you might take some money out of
From
that.
the investment fund.
Yeah,
So, yeah. So that's the reason why, that's why I asked for FY 22, because it's been like close to like more than half a year now. So we might know what that looks
Sure.
like.
We will.
Um,
provide that.
Yeah, so that will help potentially on it, but once again, it's a one-time thing in case needed. Not make it a custom, because like Luke did mention, that's the reason why we've been able to grow that money, because we have like, once it's there, it's been saved.
Yeah.
It's been like, in basically what we use is like, if we didn't use it, it goes to the savings account.
And we get it.
And then we get interested and start off a fresh new tab. That's what it's growing in the few years. Okay, so
So we go to the mayor and council.
hold on, before we do that, I'm gonna do this very quickly because it was brought up and we haven't done it. The person is scheduled for full-time equivalent. Can you guys go through it right away? Just tell us how many there are per department, what they are, so that way they know in the chart. Because we are gonna be references to look for the budget, so we must well deal with it upfront.
Just want to let
So-
you know.
Yes,
I'm sorry. No. When we have to start, I just want to talk about this.
okay, so let's go through this is page 16.
Yes.
So can you guys read through it? Because I have to save my voice at this point. Go on.
All right, so for the general government, we're gonna stay as FY 23. We're gonna have 3 employees full-time. For admin, we're gonna.
What are the positions, Mr. Kamali?
The position will be the city manager, staff accountant, and director of human resources. 3 full-time employees.
Okay.
For FY 24, for admin, we're gonna have a director of admin, we're gonna have a grant writer, communication, and the media production, and MRTV technician. And then we're gonna have an admin assistant, a total of 5.
There's no going home.
All right.
All right, so the media production coordinator, that's a new title, is it staying the same?
Yes, Mayor, I just want to explain that one. So if you recall, last year we had to eliminate, that position because it was costing the city $100,000.
Mhm.
Now we have Jared that is doing, the same job, and we're adding a title to his title as MRTV and IT coordinator. So
So is it media production coordinator and MRTV technician, and why isn't it just a combined title instead of like end? Well, think about a combined title,
sure.
Because like
Whatever you
at
guys
this,
suggest, we'll take.
at this point, those like headers are gonna go longer and longer. All
Okay.
right, go on.
Then, so the total will be 5 full-time employees. Economic-
Same as last year.
Yes, same as last year. Economic development is going to be 1 director of economic development, same as FY 23.
Mhm.
Then we go to the police department. In FY 23, we had 23 police officers. For FY 24, we're gonna have 23, including chief, the police officers, the numbers are there. Then we will have a record manager, admin assistants, and the new, which is / the police clerk, so she's doing
Mhm.
both. And social services, so a total of 23 full-time employees,
Stays the same?
stay the same.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And we go to the code compliance for FY 23, we had 4 full-time employees. For FY 24, we'll have 4, including the director of code, Alma is sitting over here, code compliance officer.
You don't have to
2
endure it here. I mean, you can sit
2
back if you want.
inspectors. And we have admin assistant, and the permit technician. So there are 4 full-time employees.
Okay.
Then we go to Public Works. In FY 23, we had 10 full-time employees. We're keeping the same numbers for FY 24, 10 employees, including the director, maintenance manager, EW program manager, 2 CDL, 5 laborers, and 0 janitor, which is a total of 10. The total of the full-time employees for the city in FY 23 was 46. For FY 24, we keep the same number with the 46 full-time employees.
Okay, and that is pending, also our decision when it comes to rent stabilization, person that's gonna be working. But, 46 is what it's looked like in the 42, 43, and
Yes,
22, 23, 24.
yes. For
All right,
past 3
perfect.
years.
And then you have the administrative chart. Go ahead.
So the minutes, all right, so we start with Mount Rainier resident on the top, then we have mayor and council, city manager.
Mhm.
So I go department
Mhm.
by department, the director from left to right, please. On page 18. On page 18, so we have the director of economic development. Then next to it, we have the chief of police, which the police includes all the members. And do I have to read them? Okay, and then we have the director of code compliance for her department with the employees. Then we have the director of admin services and the city clerk with the
Do me a
employees
favor,
list.
Mr. Kamali.
Sure.
Instead of reading across this way, just read the
Oh,
text on the side.
I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
you're
that
right.
would make, that's what I was so like trying to fix, but it's right here. I have moved it.
All right,
So put total for city hall and then just go. through it.
Yes,
That's it.
yes.
Yeah,
so if you look at to the right, on the
Yeah.
right side at the bottom, we have the totals. The city hall is gonna be 1 city manager, 2 directors, 5 staff. Economic development, 1 director, Mount Rainier Police Department, 1 chief, 22 officers. And Department of Code, 1 director and 3 staff. Department of Public Works, 1 director, 9 staff. So the total will be 46, including 1 city manager, 1 chief of police, 5 directors, and 39 staff full-time.
there. That makes it easier, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any question regarding these 2 sections? We're good? And the reason why we read, because we keep mentioning it and it's like up in the dark in the shot. So, all right, so we went to general funds and we have decided that moving forward, that's gonna be at the end.
Okay.
So.
But can we make a big note somewhere?
Yes, no, I got it.
Because if we start that way again, I'm blaming you guys.
No, we can.
All right, so
Kamali's fault.
exactly. So we're gonna go to page 39.
Oh,
Oh, that's the summary, sorry.
Okay.
40, go ahead,
40.
40.
Yeah.
And then do the.
I'll do the
I
summary
mean,
after I do the reading. Is that all right?
That's fine,
Okay,
because summaries usually go in front.
all right.
Go on.
So wages and leave pay, line 5,000, regular pay for the city council, $40,000, it's no change from the previous year. Under employee benefits and services, line 5,100, FICA expense, $3,060, that's no change. Line 5,106, employment insurance, that's no change. I'm sorry, did I say 1,100? It's $1,100, no change. Line 5,107, retirement contribution, $1,040, that's no change. So for total employee benefits and services, we're budgeting $5,200, and that's no change from fiscal 23. Next section is professional services. There's 1 line, 5,126. Professional and contract services, we're budgeting $1,000. So the total for the section is also $1,000, and those are no change from the previous year. Next section, other services and charges, 5,506, travel expense. We're budgeting 6,000, which is no change. For line 5,513, flowers and gifts, we're budgeting 500, which is a 100% increase over the previous year's number of 250. So the total for the section is $6,500, which is a 4% increase over the previous year. Next section, community activities, line 5505, city-sponsored meetings. Budget 500, which is no change. Line 5529, mayor and council retreat, it's budgeting 3,000, which is no change. Line 5530, conference convention expense, we're budgeting 12,000, which is no change. For line 5531, association dues, we're budgeting 8,000, which is a 78% increase over the previous year. And then line 5533, election costs, we're budgeting 0 for fiscal 24. And fiscal 23 had a budget of $10,000. So the total budget for the mayor and council department is $81,200, which is a decrease of 7%. If you want to go to line or page 39, here's the summary.
Yeah, go ahead, the summary.
Here's the summary. The approved budget for fiscal 23 was $87,450. We're adding $250 in other services and charges. And we're decreasing community activities by $6,500. So the proposed budget for fiscal 24 is $81,200.
So, I have, yeah. Question for you guys. For last year, that was the budget amendment that we had, correct?
Which one?
For the elections,
Yeah,
for line 5533. That's the reason why it's there, right? So I need you guys to ask you guys a question. I realized that this one has no legend on it. You know how like some of them have the little, what the lines are? This
Okay.
section does not has it. Because, the reason why we have money allocated for FY 21-22 is because it was a special election.
Yeah.
That's the reason why that's what's there.
On page 30.
Oh, this is like way off. Or did they
Thank you.
miss on it?
I was elected in FY 23.
Yeah, that was a budget amendment that was made.
Right, so then.
So where,
it's all looking at, but there's a
so can
10,000
we,
yes.
can you do me a favor? Usually we have it by section. What page is it on?
Page 30.
Oh, way over there. Yeah, we usually have them by
So-
section. So can we like have it in the section where it belongs? Because that was easier to read. Because if I have to go back like almost 10 pages back,
Okay.
I'm not gonna be able to track it. Yeah,
Got it.
so that way it keeps track of it. The other thing is like, make sure that it shows, because some people think we get 40,000 each, which is not the case.
No.
I always get that question. If, so can you make sure, that is, that says like, is the full pay for all 5 of us a year? Okay, let me see, team position, okay. All right, so I'm gonna open it up to council. If you have any question regarding this section. Go ahead, Jimmy. Sorry.
The retirement contribution, 5107. That's new. I mean, I just don't know what that is.
It's retirement, it's the money, the 7% that is deducted from every paycheck. Some people have that.
Social Security.
No.
That's usually FICA.
No. Wrong time.
So,
I think.
go ahead.
I will have to research that because I think there is some confusion as to whether or not the city council members are part of the
Part of
retirement
the
program.
time.
So I will tell you that at least 2 members of former council members, one of them for 20 years,
Yeah.
did retirement. Another one that entered after Luke and I, after it was denied to me and Shivali because we wanted to do it, right? We were told it couldn't be done. Another council member that left, he had retirement funds on it. So basically, unfortunately, whoever was doing what they were doing in that office chose and selected who they gave it to.
Mm.
So I have told, I did tell HR, gonna be submitting my paperwork because I think that if it was given to them, at least the time that we were here, it should be honored.
Yeah.
Because not only did I submit my documents, but twice they lost my documents.
So,
And all this time I thought like money was being deducted and it was being put into it, and then they're like, it doesn't even exist. So that's something that the city will have to fix.
Can we
That's something
flag
that-
that? Because I don't know. I mean, I've been on council 10 years and never heard any retirement. So maybe, I don't even know how much what it's for. The state retirement thing is, in the state legislature, you have to be there at least 8 years and it's a whole.
It has to be more than 4. So more than, remember this?
We've asked this question in the past, because I've asked it,
A couple of times, yeah.
and we keep getting the same answer. So could we get resolution on this?
So how about with this?
We get back to.
For April 4, can we put it in the agenda to make sure on it? Because this is the, I'm telling you, this conversation has been going on, what, 3 councils back? At least 2 councils back, if not 3. But can we make sure we take care of that? Because we keep putting the number and to this point, I'm not sure.
Forgotten the time. So if we need to get back pay on that, we need to figure that out.
Well, I will tell you, I know some people chose not to turn it in. I turned it in twice. And at this point,
I never heard about anything.
at this point, but that's what I'm saying, so I was originally told that it could, like, somebody was grandfathered in or not, but when I found out that somebody that entered 2 years after I did, got it, that became an issue,
Second thing.
but yeah.
Can we look at conferences? I mean, again, we're looking things to cut 12, needed for 12. Is there a specific number of conferences? That details and whether it could be 8,000 and as opposed to 12,000. And, usually conferences usually enable like which conferences and how much they cost. So we can add, this conference and that conference for budget,
So,
opposed to a general thing. Again, I'm just looking for, where we can flag things to maybe cut.
so the conference is usually MML for the summer, we usually do 05.
Mhm.
And that's one of the causes that NLC, NLC out of town is gonna be one. But NLC, we opened it if somebody else wanted to go, one more person too, but MML is usually like the big expense that we have, but that's where we get
And we have it.
most of our training at once. And then you have like other conferences. We've been very fortunate, like some of the ones that I've gotten grants. So we haven't had to pay, but some of them we are required to go. Or we usually go.
Can we maybe just list what those expenses are, so we know what.
Is it in page
Yeah.
30?
I just do want to note, like, in a time of both the state administration, I think it's going to be favorable to the city in terms of getting capital funds and NLC, especially where there's so much federal money that's coming out this next year's relationship building is really, really important.
And the MML, we talked to the secretariat.
Yep.
Oh,
And same at federal. I will.
Yeah. so, and I'll tell you this, the more involved we are both at the NLC and the MML, the more we're able to on it. And at this point, aside from what we paid, we also, I represent us at PG CMA. And that is allowed to have like face-to-face meetings with the county executive and with various elected officials. Jared and I are gonna be going to Hill Day to talk to the senators, so it's a lot that goes on, because we want to make sure Mount Rainier is like in the top of their mind when it comes to things, but also keep up informed of what's coming along the way. Anyway, so anything else? And the other thing to point out on the reason why there was the reason why the election cost is about 10,000 is because we don't do it in our building. We do it at the Nature Center, and it's a full day. The staff is there from, Melissa, 7 a.m.? What time are you there? 5? From 5 a.m. until the last vote is counted, put away, secure, and stored. So it's a lot that goes into it. So
Election banners.
we're saving on some election banners. We just have to edit the year. We got smart with those as well. All right, so anything else, council, regarding this? So you guys ready to move to the next one?
You're good. I'm good. Yep.
All right, so it's like a new one.
Which, what
City Hall on page 45, the next.
What happened to
part.
page 44? Oh, you guys are gonna do that reading first. Okay, go.
Page 45, the City Hall.
Mhm.
Ron, go ahead.
Okay, the first section, wages and leave pay, line 5,000, regular pay. Budgeting 272,122, 3% increase. Line 5,000 also, which is the employee bonus, I'm sorry. We're budgeting $1,500. Even though we have paid that in the past, we are separating this line out for the first time as a budget line. We're budgeting $1,500. And line 5,001 overtime pay, we're budgeting $500. So for the total for the section, we're budgeting 274,122, which is a 4% increase. The next section, employee benefits and services, line 5,100 expense, we're budgeting $20,970.30, which is a 4% increase. Line 5101, life insurance expense, we're budgeting $378.00, which is a 152% increase. For line 5102, dental insurance, we're budgeting $2,106.81, which is a 9% increase. For 5103, medical insurance expense, we are budgeting $58,917.60, which is a 6% increase. For line 5105, workers' compensation, budgeting 1512, which is a 29% decrease. For line 5106, unemployment insurance, we're budgeting $10,135.38, change. Then for line 5107, we're budgeting $29,961.53, which is a 7% increase. In total for the section, we're budgeting $123,981.77, which is a 5% increase. For materials and supplies, for line 5200, supplies, we're budgeting $7,000, which is no change. For line 5201, postage and delivery, we're budgeting $2,500, which is no change. And then line 5202 for computer equipment and supplies, we're budgeting $10,000, which is no change. So the total for the department, or I'm sorry, for the section is budgeted for $19,500, which is no change. Next section is professional services. On 5,400, we're budgeting $190,000, which is a 4% increase.
3
For line 51, legal professional services, we're budgeting $75,000 change. For line 5402, professional services, we're budgeting $48,000, which is a 4% reduction from the previous year. 5403, professional services annual audit, we're budgeting $39,000, which is no change. For line 5405, office equipment lease, we're budgeting $18,000, which is no change. For line 5406, office equipment maintenance, we're budgeting $1,000, which is no change. For line 5408, bank charges, we're budgeting $1,750, which is a 73% decrease. For line 5409, vehicle tracking expenses, GPS, budgeting $6,000, which is no change. For line 5410, recruitment and testing, budgeting $3,000, which is no change. For line 5411, employee training, we're budgeting $60,000, which is a 1,500% increase. For line 5412, labor, we're budgeting $45,000. It says 100% increase, but actually it's an infinite increase because the previous year had been budget. For line 5413, classified advertising, we're budgeting $2,000, which is a 300% increase over the previous year's budget of $500. 5414, copying, we're budgeting $500, 80% reduction from the previous year. For 5416, public official liability insurance, we're budgeting 8,000, which is a 30% reduction from the previous year. For line 5417, general liability insurance, we're budgeting 38,000, which is a 77% increase over the previous year.
Just made, when you do an item with a major change, can you comment so we don't ask you the question why? Just, maybe that way we don't go back. If you see something that's big increase.
Okay. So for both of the liability insurances, we're budgeting based on our recent history.
Okay.
For line 5420 payroll expenses, we're budgeting 45,000. And that is no change from the previous year. So the total for professional services, we're budgeting $537,250, just a 16% increase. For the section other services and charges, line 5503, we're budgeting 1,000, which is no change. For line 5506, travel expense, we're budgeting 250, which is no change. Line 5510, the historic preservation tax credit. We're budgeting 12,000. It's a 243% increase, and that's based on our recent history. We've seen an uptick in applications for the historic tax credit. For line 5511, the city homeowners tax credit, or this is our analog to the state's or the county's homestead credit. We're budgeting 35,000, which is a 9% increase. For line 5512, the veterans or long-term resident tax credit, we're budgeting 20,000. It's a 60% decrease. We were very generous. If we over budgeted last year at $50,000, based on the activity level we're seeing, we're budgeting 20,000. For 5599 miscellaneous expense, we're budgeting 2,000. So the total others, which is a 100% increase over the previous year. Where for the total section, we have a budget of 70,250. Which is a 20% reduction from the previous year. For community activity section, line 5530, conference convention expense, we're budgeting 5,000, which is a 400% increase over the previous year's budget of 1,000. For line 5531, association dues, we're budgeting 1,000. Again, that's a 100% increase over the previous year's budget of $500. And then for line 5532, subscriptions and publications, we are not budgeting that line for this year. So the total community activities section, the budget is $6,000, which is a 33% increase over the previous year. In the section infrastructure and facilities maintenance, line 5600, building repair and maintenance, we're budgeting $18,000, which is no change. For line 5605 telephone, we're budgeting 44,000. That's no change. For 5607 alarm services, we're budgeting $2,700, which is a 200% increase. For line 5608 property taxes, this is the property tax we pay on city-owned property. We're budgeting 4,000, which is no change. For line 5610 electricity, we're budgeting 27,950, which is no change. For line 5613 heat, we're budgeting for the total section infrastructure and facilities maintenance, we're budgeting 97,650, which is a 2% increase over the previous year. And the total operating expenses of the department are $1,128,753.77, which is a 7% increase. For grants expense, for ARPA, line 5597, we're budgeting $3,500,000. And that's a number of items, and if you need details, I'll defer to, tomorrow. For line 5899.20, Green Streets. We're budgeting $530,000. For line 5899.25, the Welcome Center Bond Bill / Capital Grant, we're budgeting $250,000. Over on page 46, line 5891.28, Pepco Community Gardens Grant, we're budgeting $10,000. So the total grants expense budget is $4,290,000. And the total expenses for the department, City Hall Department, grants and operating, $5,418,753.77, which is a 19% increase over the.
So I need to ask you, can you go back to the ones that you didn't mention, why there was an increase?
Which one? I'm sorry.
There's so many
Yeah.
increases on this section. So from the point that Jimmy told you
Mhm,
to like start mentioning why there was a
Okay.
huge increase.
mhm.
So 5412, so whatever was above that you didn't mention, so we don't have to
Okay.
like sit there and ask all of
Sure.
those. If you could go ahead on it, because I have
Sure.
endless amount of questions on all those.
In employee benefits, line 5101, the life insurance expense is, it's a small dollar amount, but it's based on our history of expense.
Okay.
For the department. Employee training, in the professional services section, line 5411, employee training,
Mhm.
which has gone from 1,000 to 16,000. I will refer to
Yeah.
knowledge.
These are the training that we are trying to get for the management team and public works, because we do have to get some OSHA training for public works employee. And also the HR, the director of HR has to get some training. And she's been here all year and few months, and she hasn't gone to any training, so we're trying to get her to those. And also myself as a city manager, I have registered with ICMA. And I have to get those classes, which we have calculated that, forecasting that we may need $15,000 to $16,000 for the employees and the management team. That's for this item. If you guys need more information, I'll be glad to email you, because Cheryl, HR director, has gathered the information, so I'll be glad to share it with you. The next item is 5412, temporary labor. As you know that when I became the city manager and took over the HR and Cheryl was hired, HR is in bad shape. The office is not in compliance. So we need to bring that office in compliance. And doing this, I've asked HR to go and get the proposal from a different consultant to get admin, an HR admin to be here on the contract, no benefits, to help Cheryl to bring the office into compliance, because HR, we don't know, we don't even have, I shouldn't say that.
Okay, so can we like move on to the next one, because it becomes
Yeah,
HR,
exactly.
HR's HR?
So that's why we're asking $45,000, because an admin for HR is, $30 to $35 per hour. And if you council and mayor and council wishes to see the information, we can email those numbers.
So email all the trainings and the numbers to us, please,
Sure.
so we can have better understanding. And in the future of WAS, if that is being proposed, you know that ahead of time, so that way we know what we're looking at. Okay,
That's
fine.
fine. And that's it. That was the item. And going back to wages and leave pay, 5,000, we are proposing $500 as a bonus for employee. We have 3 employees at the city hall, which is gonna be 1,500. And that was based on the mayor and council request to have it in budget. Is there any other question for that section?
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Questions and comments, right? I mean, I think maybe we should flag things for discussion later, but I mean, I understand the need for training and but I was wondering if we could maybe phase it in over 2 years, some of the trainings, or maybe going from like 0 to 16, maybe like 8 or 12, and then do something over a 2-year period. And it's the same thing for temporary labor. I understand that, but maybe we could get 45 down to 30,000, which would save us some money. So maybe it's possible just to flag things for a later discussion as opposed to getting yes or no on that thing. But I'm looking for things we'll possibly cut.
Okay, anybody? Jimmy, you got all of yours? Okay, anybody else wants to go? Jared? No?
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, yeah, I do see your point, Jimmy. I just want to make sure if the point of investing in training is catching up on compliance and things that we have not invested in previous years, I do think it makes sense to front load that, because I do understand Mr. Kamal, you're coming in and you're catching up staff on and the city on things that we in the past may have not have invested in.
We haven't had it.
So I agree certainly with your point on staggering if it makes sense, but I also want to make sure if we're sort of retroactively catching up, that's the investment is important. So thank you.
Valerie?
No, I think, this is good. There's a lot you guys are doing. I see staff growing and building, and I like that a lot. So I'm pleased to see this. So I don't really have anything. I think the only thing is just consistency in the labeling, making sure that like 5899.28 is Pepco Community Garden in both the revenue and expense.
Yeah, we had this one, sorry, we missed
I
it.
know I added it for you. I'm sorry, $10,000.
No, that's fine.
But I think that's
Appreciate
all.
Luke?
All good. Thank you all.
So, line 56,000, I see building repairs and maintenance. I will need to clarify what it is addressing. And also wanted to know why it's not in public works, if they deal with that instead of city hall. So, if you could give me a list of what it looks like, when it comes to budget repair, because I'm not in the mindset of having one open and just fix whatever. I did ask in the previous last year that we have a section that shows like what the maintenance like is on it. Because like this year, when I was told that Paul's Hub was fixed with something in City Hall, I need to make sure we have records of how much that building is costing, this building is costing with everything, and the other one as well, because this implies that all this is coming here.
No.
Okay, so, but I would like for that to list what it covers and also like make sure that it's moved
Yeah, we can
ideally
do
to
that.
Public Works, because they're the ones that deal with them, well, them and co, but they're the ones that deal with the repairs, and they'll be like able to deduct some of it. The other thing is like I'm seeing miscellaneous spaces, and it's miscellaneous spaces like going through the whole entire budget, 2,000 here, 2,000 there, and whatever it is. Is that what's happening?
No, each department mayor has a miscellaneous, and if you look at the miscellaneous for city hall, sometimes there are some. We could give you the list of the invoices or the things that it comes, out of blue. And we have to cover that expenses, and sometimes we don't even use that money, so that money has been there, and we just want to make sure that if anything comes up from mayor and council or anything that the city has to cover, that there's no line item, at least we can put it in the miscellaneous.
Okay, I'm asking because I want to know if that's,
Sure.
if it goes all the way across or not. The other thing is like when it comes to employee training, I do need to define it, whether it's, you guys already mentioned it, but please define it in the book of whether it's HR, what is it as? If it's HR is under HR, if it's HR and Public Works, make sure it's defined as that as well. The other thing is like, I think that you guys are, I'm gonna have to look at what the schedule looks like and figure out like if it could be staggered. Because while the staff is doing all this training, who's doing the staff work? Okay, so I wanna, so that is part of the things that we need to think about it. So if it's staggered, at least we'll be able to get like, ideally, I understand that you guys could do certain ones at the same time, but the other thing is like when it comes to, what's it called? The temporary labor, yeah, I was very surprised. It was a big jump. I wasn't sure what it was.
Mhm.
because the fact that it was nowhere near. And if it's temporary labor for HR, make sure it's listed as that, because if not, it could be misconstrued as like it's for work elsewhere that
No,
needs
no,
to
no,
be done.
Definitely.
Okay, but I also kind of
HR.
feel like a certain point, it's like City Hall kind of falls under blank, right? And if HR is its own department, then maybe we need to like make sure we list what's falling under HR so we know how much each of the departments are costing us across.
The
Okay.
HR mayor is under the city hall and the
I-
city manager is overseeing that department. And it's not a department, it's only one person. And I think I'm trying to make it as smaller, this government body, because it's gonna, if we expand it.
But Mr. Kamali, you're in charge of all the directors.
Right.
So that means like, if that was the case, everything will fall under City Hall. But I want to make sure it's like, it's listed so that we know, because when we're asked, we know where that funding is supposed to
Sure.
be going.
We
You
do
know?
we do have the HR expenses and we will provide it to you. We will.
Yeah, like-
acknowledge to you.
Like I said, if
Sure.
that's done ahead of time, it does makes us be able to solve it, because and most of it in this area is like, it's big jumps. You have 150, 150,000 for employee training. So, then you have copy went down. Is the reason why copying and printing copy went down so much? What was the change there? Because it was projected 2,500, not 500.
Yes, because we do all the copy over here. They used to send it to Linda HW Printing. When I became a city manager, I asked them not to send anything outside unless we have to. So that's why we're saving some money, because we have a big printer downstairs
Okay,
and there is one at the police department.
all right.
We pay the monthly expenses for those.
Thank you.
That's all taken for my answer. All right, so let me see. I think those are the ones that I have right now, but please go ahead and send a list to us. So that we could figure out what it looks like and what,
Yeah.
hold on,
Okay.
and what the proposed schedule looks like, not just the training, but what is being envisioned, when it comes to the trainings. And there is one more training by Legit that I need to add that's urgent, and, Legit will come in and do it for us. Okay? Okay, anything else on this, line item? Nothing? We're good? All right,
Any question for HR?
Thank you for.
Yeah. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you, Sean.
All right.
Charge us to do Saturday.
bye,
Enjoy
Cheryl.
your lunch. Go and eat your lunch.
You're welcome to stay if you want, Cheryl. You don't have to leave us.
Have a beer for me.
Looks like Penny Rails.
I know it's in your coffee.
Okay.
Penny Rails busy. That's good.
I need
Are,
to
are
print
we
it
ready to
agenda.
go to the third services?
Yes.
Okay, that line, or, I'm sorry.
A printed agenda,
Well, let's,
so can you,
Yeah, it's also, you want a break,
Can I take a 5-second?
we could take a break.
2 minutes break, Put your phone,
Oh,
saying it, texting.
it's a lot. I was trying to,
Yeah, I know.
so, can you print an agenda so we could follow through? Because that way we know who's gonna be coming up and
there you go, Mayor.
Oh, thank you.
thank you. So do you guys need one? You guys, well, as long as I follow, you're good? Or do you
Yeah.
need one?
Take a phone. I'd love to have one, or you can just print, make.
Can you
more
print
copies.
one? Because that way we know what questions to think of
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, please, go ahead, for you to have it in hand. Yeah, because I realized that, I didn't even register Cheryl sitting there. I was going to review and I was like, oh, yeah, it's like our first section. Yeah. It's, I'm trying to move it as fast as I can, but there's a lot to squish into one day. All right,
Can we mute our mics, please?
so are we taking a 5-minute break, all of us? So we need to like go into recess for 5 minutes.
A little 5-minute break.
Okay, so, can I have a
Okay,
Okay. So. Now what? So we had recessed the meeting for a few minutes to take a small break. Some of us have been here since like 9 o'clock in the morning. So it was a small break. And I would like for us to motion to go back from recess.
Second.
Because we probably moved in second, so we are back from recess. And if you're catching up with us, we are on page
50.
50, Administrative Services.
Yes.
Okay, and we are gonna be reading through the page line by line, and then the summary will be read. We have asked the finance consultant that where there is like increases or decreases, that let us know what it is, so that way we're not asking him right after he just read it. Okay, Ron, so if we could do it like we did it last time,
Yep.
it'll make more sense than having to ask you all over again. If we want more in depth, then we will ask you. All right, go ahead.
The first section, wages and leave pay, line 5,000 regular pay. We're budgeting 326,959. This is a 9% increase. It is a combination of the 3% COLA for everyone involved, plus a market rate adjustment for one of the staff members in this department. Line 5,000. Employee bonus, we're budgeting $2,500. This is $500 per employee in the department and was not previously budgeted. Over line 5,001, overtime pay, we're budgeting 1,000, which is no change. For the section total, we're budgeting 330,459, which is a 10% increase over the previous year. Employee benefits and services, line 5,100, FICA expense, budgeting 25,280. That's a 10% increase. It's just a function of the salary. Line 5101, life insurance expense, we're budgeting 947.34, which is a 165% increase. It's not a large dollar item, but it is a large percentage, and it's based on our recent history. Line 5102, dental insurance expense, budgeting $2,949.79, which is a percent increase. Line 5103, medical insurance expense. We're budgeting $97,826.40, which is a 4% reduction. It's based on the history of the department. Line 5105, workers' compensation insurance. We're budgeting $1,717.50, which is a 30% reduction. Line 5106, unemployment insurance. We're budgeting $3,196.02. That's no change. Line 5107, retirement contribution. We're budgeting $36,152.21. It's a 13% increase. And this is based on the formula for the pension contribution. Repairs and maintenance section, it's one line, equipment purchase. We're budgeting $6,500, which is a 68% decrease. And this is based on the department's estimate of their requirements for the upcoming year. Next section, professional services. Line 5411, employee training, we're budgeting 5,000, which is no change. And line 5421, webmaster services, we're budgeting 10,000, which is no change. So the total for the section is $15,000, and that is no change from the previous year. The next section is other services and charges. Line 5503, team building and appreciation, budgeting 4,000, which is no change. 5506, travel expense, we're budgeting 250, which is no change. Line 5509, message production, we're budgeting 26,400, which is a 32% increase over the previous year. And this number is based on both recent history and what the department thinks will be required for the upcoming year. Line 5517, INET services. We are budgeting 13,500, which is no change. Line 5527, marketing and outreach. we're budgeting 10,000, which is no change. So the section total, we're budgeting $54,150, which is a 13% increase. The next section is community activities. Line 5530, conference and convention expense, we're budgeting 1,000, which is a 140% increase over the previous year. And again, I will defer to Molly on that line item. Line 5531 is association dues. We're budgeting 1,000, which is no change. Line 5532, which is subscriptions and publications. We're budgeting 13,200, which is a 1,220% increase over the previous year. Again, I will defer to Kamal on the details of that line item. Line 5540, Mount Rainier Day expenses, we're budgeting 20,000, which is a 33% increase, and that's based on our history for fiscal 22. We have not yet finished up the expenses for fiscal 22. Line 5541, which is the Winter Festival, we're budgeting 3,500. There's a 17% increase. Line 5544, the Halloween event, we're budgeting 3,000, which is a 50% increase. For both of those line items, I will defer to the Administrative Services Director or Kamali. They are familiar with the details. Line 5545 scholarship program. We are budgeting 2,000, which is a 71% decrease. And that's based on recent history. Line 5546 senior programming. We're budgeting 1,500, which is no change. Line 5547 CERT team. We're budgeting 4,000, and that was based on their request. Line 5548 immigration outreach. We're budgeting 1,000, which is no change. Line 5549 veterans celebration. We're budgeting 2,500, which is no change. Line 5550 teacher appreciation. We're budgeting 1,000, which is no change. Line 5551 Easter egg hunt, or I'm sorry, Easter egg event. We are budgeting 4,500, which is a 50% increase over the previous year. And I'll have to defer to the director or Kamali for the details on that. Line 5553, the recreation program. We're budgeting 10,000, which is no increase. The line 5554 recreation grants, 7,500, which is a 25% increase. And both of these two lines, the program and the grants, are based on the request from the recreation committee. Line 5555 Arts Commission, 19,000, which is no change. And that's also based on the Art Commission request. Line 5556 Latino Heritage is budgeted for 5,000, which is no change. And then line 5557 Mount Rainier Youth Council is budgeted for 2,500, which is no change. So the total budget for community activities is 107,200, which is a 25% increase over the previous year. And then total expenses, since there are no grant, operating and total expenses are the same, $681,378.38, which is a 7% increase. If you go to page 49, that's the summary. The approved budget for fiscal 23 was $635,425.50. We are increasing wages and leave pay, employee benefits, other services and charges, and community activities for a total of $59,452.88. We are decreasing repairs and maintenance by $13,500. So the proposed budget for fiscal 24 is $681,378.38.
Jimmy, Luke, Valerie, Jared.
Did you point out the subscription thing where that went up?
Yeah, that is the line item.
That's, I'm sorry, it's went up 122%. 5532.
The activities, 5532.
Yeah, the reason that is going up, we have so many memberships, as you see it over here is listed. So we have to get the Zoom, we have to get the camera, we have to get Adobe. There are so many software that it comes up to
It's
26.
just like Leighton up next. I guess, so I'm gonna ask people to flip back to page 35 a second. And,
Just 1 second, Jimmy.
sure,
Go on.
You mean page 35?
I mean, page 35. So I'm gonna look at lines 5530, 5531, 5532. I mean, each area has some reason, but we're doing, 12,000 increase in conferences, 5,000. I mean, each of those have 50 to 100%. And at some point, doing like a 10%, something like a 10% cutback throughout all those spread out, might make sense. Again, I want to have training, I want to have conference, I want to do everything, but we can't do everything at the same point. So I don't want to focus on that one, but at some point I would probably suggest that we have like a 10%, 15% cut on each of those would save us about $5,000 to $10,000. And that would enable each department to actually look into how they could save in their departments in terms of, or those, in those areas, because I mean, we can't do everything we want to do and also try and cut taxes a little bit too. So anyway, that's just something I want to mention, flag now. I mean, I know you have one of the things I look at Mr. Kamali's thing, something called Latronics. That's $5,000. You know what that is?
So that's our streaming.
Go ahead.
Streaming
So
for,
what we did for this upcoming budget, we put all the subscription and publication under admin. So if you see City Hall, there's none.
there's
So
no,
all of this is like electronic, this is for streaming. We have Canva, there's people that are designing, we have Adobe. We have
Verizon.
added
monitoring.
Verizon monitoring, so we could monitor the TV, because people complaining that it's not showing, and we don't know if it's showing or not, if we're not monitoring. So that's the increase, and
And
we just
we're
put
at-
all under admin
But
service.
if you look at the general, go back to the general budget on 5, you still see it.
That comes from code because,
So one at a time, who's gonna answer? You,
yes, I'm gonna answer.
Go ahead.
That's a combination of all departments, but what she is saying, all this in admin used to be at the city hall. Now we put it in one location because she's overseeing with Jared over there. But if you see it in the final page on 35, it's the total expenses for other departments, like we have to have the subscription for the code. And also, I believe we have for the police department too. So I do appreciate if we go through all the departments and then come back. And if you guys want to do the 15%, whatever cut, if it's needed, that's something that we can.
I'm just
Oh.
flagging it as a possibility.
It's good that you're flagging stuff because eventually we're gonna have to cut somewhere. I mean, we cannot depend all of underserved, we cannot depend all on ARPA because ARPA is gonna be gone, and if we put something there, it's like, are we sustaining it with it? So this is the reason why I was asking you guys to make sure that things like that are noted on the budget. Things like you're saying, like, you know what, instead of putting in City Hall, we move it to this department so that we could follow through with it, because to us, it was like in the residents, it's just a big jump. There's no reason for it, right? And I'll tell you this, I don't know how many of them are gonna be sitting down watching this meeting. So you need to be able to, and just like us, they need to be able to like have this beautiful budget and come back and be able to do it. So if you guys could help us out with that, I'd definitely be there. So that way we know what it looks like and why it's there. Okay? And if you have some of them, yeah, attach it to the budget to figure out what they are. So it makes a little more sense because just a blank one, it just makes no sense sometimes. But thank you for that explanation. That makes a little more sense.
One last question on that.
Go ahead, Jim.
Police advisory board, is that under police budget or budget there, like, is that listed anywhere? Or it's a new committee.
Yeah.
If it's listed.
I have the same question and another one.
It's not, I mean, it's not a big.
Well, if you recall that, Jimmy, they send you an email and you pass it to the colleague, no one said that they're gonna allocate a different time, so I thought they're gonna show up at the time that chief is gonna be here. So, and they were asking for more than 30 minutes, I believe. You just told them you could give them 10 minutes and we didn't have any direction on that. I thought they're gonna show up at the time that the police department will be presented.
So I will say in the future, if in question, talk to the liaison, so that way they could transmit the message. But not just a police advisory board, the rent stabilization, you might have to add an, I would say add them as line items, even if you put nothing on it for right now, and then because they're gonna need some funding, both of them. Right, so at least like put them as a line item, and if at this point it's 0, but at least it's like there's a marker attached to there, there's a number with it. Yeah, so and for future, even if, because I did saw, like, thank you for editing the one for the Arts Commission, right? Even if it's, leave them and then reach out, some of them by ordinance, they have to have certain amount of money. Other ones don't, so if by ordinance, they have to have certain amount of money, we usually keep it there. And if they don't, then it's a little bit different, but quite a few of them, like the CERT committee, has a number that's attached to them. So I was very surprised to see a big jump on the CERT committee, but that was created by ordinance. So it was an amount that was like set for them to have. Okay. So Jimmy, anything else? You're good. Okay, Luke, Valerie, and then Jerry, go ahead.
I had the same questions on the subscriptions, so I appreciate Jimmy bringing that up.
We can give you the whole detail of that, and we will share this one with mayor and council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Doing a lot, so thank you for all the work you're doing. I just have two questions really quickly. First, thank you for including money for the recreation committee and for the community garden, which is not in here, but it's.
It's in
Yeah,
public works.
you're right. So we'll
Community
get there.
garden.
We'll get there. The other thing is, can you just talk a little bit about the marketing and outreach, $10,000?
So for the marketing outreach, we did that last year. We had taken $10,000 from the message production to buy like trinkets when like Mount Community Day is coming up. We have to buy all those trinkets. So that's where we spend that money. When we do like Facebook ads, that's where we spend.
Okay. Thank you.
So it also includes career day, tabling that they do for everything. Because we didn't even have like a pencil that we could give to a child. It was bad. That's the reason why that went there.
Well, thank you.
Okay, Jared?
I think everyone else's questions answered mine.
So I do have a question because I heard through it as like this is what they requested. This is what they requested when it came to the committees. Did we like approve every single request from the committees or not? Or do we just say yes to everything?
No, Mayor, the reason that I have all the requests over here, I just wanted to share it with mayor and council. And in this day, when the work session comes, everybody is a liaison to those committee. I just want to, get it from you guys, like Jimmy is with the CERT team and they were requesting 4,000 instead of 2,500. That's why it went up. Or liaison for recreation committee. So we just wanted to discuss today and then get it from here moving forward.
So in the past, what it's done is like the city manager will send recommendations to us based on what the budget looks like. Because at this point, if we're saying yes to everything that's in the budget, it gives them the favor, unfair illusion that we're gonna vote on it. Usually it's easier for you to review them and then more or less figure out what it looks like. The other thing, because so far it's like, this continued to go up. When it comes to searching, I do want to see what they are because most of them are offered by the county and they are free trainings, right? So I need to know what the increase on it is. With them, I'm trying to be understanding because of the fact that it wasn't active for a while and they might need to cut up with certain things, but also like most of the trainings are free. I think maybe CPR says what they pay for it. So that's something that we need to look into. And if obviously, if you were thinking of us making the decision, we should have gotten all those papers ahead of time, because right now it's like, it's just a number with nothing backing it up.
Well,
Okay.
I thought that they were talking to the liaison at the same time when they were sending.
But that's one person.
Yeah.
So if they,
No,
if
I
the,
understand that.
if the scholarship committee talks to
Sure.
me, they're not talking to any of them.
Sure. I
only
will
one
share
person
the
said- The
information.
other thing I am gonna flag you guys very heavily is the scholarship committee. That, because we've been funding it more through
Oh.
ARPA, it has gone down, but please put a big marker on it.
Yeah.
That is not gonna be the case, because I don't want, that way we know ahead of time, because at this point, oh yeah, I will be requesting like ARPA fundings for 2016 to do a couple more years of like scholarships, because they do deserve to do that. And then from there on, like, we are working on like ideally like the 7 scholarships at 3,000 each, but have that in your budget coming up, because I don't want it to assume if you pick it up right now, you'll be like, nobody has applied for the scholarship committee. And we're telling you that they have applied, they have gotten the funding. So I just wanted to make sure it's not because of lack of applying, but because now it's falling under ARPA. So if something falls under ARPA in the budget, please make a note of it, so that way like 10 years down the line, they know why is it that it got underfunded. Because right now it looks like it's being underfunded, right? And it's not the case, especially when we put information out, how much money we're putting on certain things. It's definitely important. So just make a note, says like, whatever amount is coming now,
All right.
currently being funded from ARPA. The same thing goes for any cars or anything that's on it, because down the line, if we have to replace computers, cars, or whatever, if we like put a reference that it was paid with a grant, you'll be able to sit in the table and be like, well, we don't have the grant, that's the reason why now it's in the budget. So this is preparing us for like future budgets along the way. Okay.
Okay.
You said you were good, right? Okay, so the message production,
Yes.
I know it went up. Are we hoping it's gonna go down and more people decide that they don't want it? Or how is that working? Are the number of like issues going down?
Currently based on us doing it every other month, 6 times per year.
Yeah.
And on the average, we pay like 4,400 to print it.
How many copies are we doing?
I think what's the copy?
I don't.
The copy that we sent out, the amount.
I think it's about 2,400.
24 to 2,300.
Okay,
invoice I
um,
see.
Because I'm curious, and we will have this a different discussion, but I'm curious to know, if we go ahead and start putting it, so this is based on everybody getting mail, right? But I know for a long time, for quite a few times, because, well, it's no secret to anybody, the post office wasn't as reliable for many months, it's getting better, right? We were doing the drop stuff like that, were we still doing the same amount of copies, or did we reduce the amount of
No,
copies?
Doing the same amount of copies.
And do we know if like those find homes, or they're just hanging around in the offices and nobody takes them? I guess I'm thinking if we could reduce some of them.
Assuming that.
Hopefully they're not trashing them. Hopefully they're not trashing them. Okay, because I want, definitely would be a good way to reconsider to like lower the copies, especially if they're being stuck on it, and also based it on what the survey shows if people on it. So hopefully, can you guys put a flag on this for us to like review it? Maybe halfway through the year for the budget amendment in case we need to reduce some money out of this. Okay?
Sure.
Thank you for that. And the other ones, I guess send up proposals to figure out like if there's something we want to do with them, because I wasn't prepared for that at all. Go ahead.
Again, I think sometimes we look at this line by line, we don't look at the big picture, and, a 10% cut on the community activities would be saving $10,000, and but each group would only be, $100 or $200, so it wouldn't be that much difference as opposed to going after one thing. But I think we have to look at, some kind of across the board kind of, cuts of small percentages to get some, things. So I mean, if if some of them are like, 2,300 instead of 2,500, and some of them are 900 instead of 1,000, I'm not sure it makes some difference, but it would save us like $5,000 or $10,000 which we could use.
So Kamali and Ron, for the scholarship committee, since we have the 7, you could cut it down to 1,000. We always have 1 to be able to fulfill anything that we need. You could put it at 1, so that should be able to help there. But look into the CERT committee, that might also need to come down as well. The rec committee, I know we moved it up, but it's one of the committees that takes most of the staffing. most of the events that they have is severe amount of money that we pay on staffing overtime. For,
55-45.
yeah, I apologize. I did exactly what it's. The
554.
scholarship committee is,
55-45.
you got it? Thank you, Kamali.
So reduce it from 2 to 1.
Yeah.
Reduce it to 2 to 1. So, I mean, well, I'll put it there right now. So that way that starts moving at least, because at this point I haven't heard nothing being cut out of this budget.
4 to 3, still an increase.
I'm sorry.
So it could be from 4 to 3, it's still an increase of $500.
Okay.
There you go.
How much?
I need to know where the rest of you guys are with your committees. I mean, the art stayed the same, so it's fine. Recreation committee went up to their regular numbers, but I need to, I just want to make sure that we're cautious that
Well,
it does not include staffing, and that requires every single one of them requires staffing. Even when it went down, the staffing numbers did not equate to what it will cost. So just FYI. Go ahead, Valerie.
So I think I agree that cutting things sometimes is easier to do. I think budget processes is a good time for communities to kind of live their values a little bit. And so I know that the recreation committee does take time and effort. But I think that having it in there right now, their grants go out to the local schools, they go to community events that are not necessarily city events, so like porch concerts, things like that. Those are things, and I'm working through like a 5K and, other things that could potentially be something that community members like to see. So, oh yeah, it's right here. Perfect. Anyway, so those are things that we want to just think about. There's the holiday parade, the chili cook-off idea, there's a bunch of little things that the community likes to do. And I think having events that are community-led is a good way for people to collectively get together and talk and friends, and it supports a healthy neighborhood.
But if you look at the actuals, I mean, I think theoretically you're right, but they spent $1,500, nothing so far this year, then it's only $7,500. Again, we're not suggesting it be zeroed out, but can we bring it down to $6,000? Some of the other ones, like, again, and I asked you, Luke, at the Arts Commission, only spent $5,400, it's now 19,000. It can be 17,000. Does it have to be 19,000? Because, I mean, at some point, we got to, look at this, and see which ones of these can be cut back by 1,000 or 2, not cutting it in half, just, 10%, something like that.
I'm happy to send them an email and see. I know they had bigger ambitions for next year with their funding, but I can see what they'd be interested in.
They know the difference between 19 and 18.
No, right. I get you. And I think 15 might work, but I want to make sure they're
Can you also send us like the request on it? Because like I said,
I'll do that.
because usually how do you call it? Usually the city manager recommends what it looks like. So it makes this conversation a lot shorter because you have talked and figure out what it is and what potential costs, sometimes factoring some of the staffing and stuff like that, right? The other thing is like the rec committee, we are having a lot of city events, all the committees have events, right? So I would definitely say, like, I do see the list, but there's a part that we have been asking for and it still hasn't been delivered, right? Which is like what how like every single line item here says, more or less Winter Festival, what it's going to be used for. So usually they just put a gulp, and the finance team and the administrative team never really knows what's it going to cost until they're getting all the bunch of receipts. So there's never like, for like the cook-off, like $1,000 is being projected. So that way they know how to better prepare. So that'd be definitely something that will help, because right now this is like a blank 10, right? And being on the other side with them, sometimes the hard positions, like, the staff is being like told sometimes like last minute, and they're running around trying to figure things out, cut checks, and get the things that they need. So if we could work a little bit on that, definitely we'll be able to do on it. But also we do have more or less a city calendar of the events that we have to try to coordinate, so that way that we don't have too many things in one day, because sometimes it's just impossible to do. And that's the reality of it. and this is just in general, I'm not saying you, I'm not, please, I apologize. In general, remember, it's a mic. Okay, so anybody else needs to ask something on this?
Just
Go
one
ahead,
last
Jimmy.
thing, let's look at the bottom line in community activities, 22,000, 34,000, and now it's 107,000. You know, and it's only spent 22,000 so far. So, I mean, 85, you know, it's not so much an increase in the budget, but in actually the actuals, we're already 2/3 of the way through. So, you know, can we make that like only 80,000? You know, I mean, just because again, we want to do other things.
Can I?
Go ahead,
Um,
Valerie.
Thank you. So a lot of for example, the recreation committee grants, the grant cycle is usually in April, May, and June.
Mhm.
And so that is why there's not an actual at this point, but there will be. I expect that there will be. I know that there's, you know, so we just have to work through it. I think, you know, in terms of recreation committee working through, I mean, they submitted their form on time. And while they're meeting, you know, we're trying to put together budget items and figure that out for the recreation committee itself. So that should be continued.
And I just wanna, and I'm hearing you, Jimmy, loud and clear, because at this point, I think you know, Jimmy talked about the search team, I talked about the scholarship committee to reduce them, right? The reality is like, we need to reduce. I mean, like, we wanna add like a list of like 10 items, but if we're not reducing nothing here, it's just not realistically gonna carry, because guess what? We are gonna have to like put staffing and overtime for a lot of these events that don't even factor on what the events look like. And that's where like, we're gonna start spilling. So either we make the hard decisions now, or like, we're gonna have to make it along the run when it cannot be done. But look at it, talk to your collectives and stuff like that. I mean, it definitely will help, right? Some of the stuff, like, you know, obviously teacher appreciation, they get 500 each, that's all they get from us. But if we could do that, so if perhaps it's not what you want to touch for the rec committee, maybe go down 1,000 or 2 programs, you know, because like we have a lot more city programs as well, so it's not just the rec committee doing them now. The combination between a couple of them. A couple of committees are stepping very big also in like community outreach. Melissa, where are you going? Missed you, that being away from the camera. So that was Melissa, who you have seen like several times virtually. Okay, anything else? If not, we'll move on to the next one. Mr. Kamali.
No, I just, what Valerie said, like, you know, Mount Rainier Day is 15,000, it hasn't done egg hunts. You know,
Yeah.
there are so many events that is gonna take place between now and June, you know, 30th, then you see the actual numbers.
Right.
But
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
We go to the next, Mayor, please.
Code compliant.
We could go to the next, but remember, the further we go in, we're gonna,
Come on down.
Alma, thank you for joining us. Oh, was here like opening the
You're
doors this
right.
morning.
Testing on the budget is right.
You have a what? You have a message on the chat? And go ahead and read it. Where's the chat?
Tony Jones. Right?
All right, PRR, we were told police department budget will be at 1 p.m. Tony, the times are tentative, which means that as we go along, we'll make them, and that's something that we said at the beginning on it. And the times on the agenda are tentative. As they come closer, we will have them. But right now we have code, econ, and then police department. So that's where we're at right now. I'd like to speak on your free request that a line be added for African American heritage outreach, especially for MK, African history, Juneteenth. 5,000 can be allocated. Okay. Thank you, Sharnette. What's the next one? Oh, sorry. This request submitted. This was submitted to City Council in the past, and I request the council give full consideration. Yeah, the request have to be submitted every year. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna work on it, but it's a read through and question and answer at the same time, so it's taking a little longer. Okay. All right,
Code compliance.
Ron.
Okay. First section, wages and leave pay, line 5,000, regular pay, budgeting 250,761, which is a 2%. This is a combination of 3% COLA plus a real small reduction in the actual recruitment of a vacant position. If the old budget with the vacancy was just a little bit more, so the net increase is 2%. Line 5,000 employee bonus, 2,000. That's 4 employees at 500 each. Line 5,001 overtime pay, 1,000. That's no change from the previous year. So the section total is 253,761. That's a 2% increase over the previous year. Employee benefits and services, FICA expense, $19,412.72. That's a 2% increase. 5101 life insurance expense, 128.36. That's a 12% decrease. And again, that's based on the history that we are seeing. 5102 dental insurance expense, 897.31. 54% reduction, again, based on history in the department. Medical, line 5103 medical insurance, 26,313.70, a 53% reduction, again, based on the history that we're seeing. Department. This is probably a good time to let you know, we just late yesterday afternoon got our new rates from Legit for the health insurance. So I'm going to be redoing our calculation on the medical insurance. It looks like it's a small increase. I had built a 5% increase into the budget, so there might not be a huge impact, but I will be updating this and getting everybody updated.
Thank you.
Line 5105 workers' compensation insurance. We're budgeting 141150, which is 30% reduction. Line 5106 unemployment insurance. We're budgeting 2425.91, which is no change. And 5107 retirement contribution. We're budgeting 27,761.45, which is a 6% increase. Just so that you know, the actual contribution that we make every year for the retirement changes based on the funding formula that the state of Maryland has. We always have to budget this based on the most recent rate, but it could come in different. So,
Yeah.
to the section total
Please. Yeah, I was studying it, got super
is
cold.
78,350.94, which is a 27% reduction. The section for materials and supplies, office supplies, 5,200. We're budgeting 4,500, that's no change. Uniforms, 205, we're budgeting 5,000, that's no change. And line 5210, vehicle fuel and oil, we're budgeting 3,500, that's no change. And the section total is 13,000, and we're budgeting no change for the section.
Okay.
The next section, repairs and maintenance, line 5,200, vehicle repair and maintenance, budgeting 2,000, that's no change. 5560, equipment purchase, budgeting 3,000, which is a 50% increase over the previous year's number of 2,000. And that's based on the request and the assessment of Alma and her vehicle. So, the section total is budgeted for 5,000, which is a 25% increase. Professional services, line 5,400. Professional contract services is budgeted for 7,000. That's no change. Line 5,411, employee training is budgeted for 4,000. Now this is a 33% increase. And I will defer to Alma on that item. Line 5412, temporary labor is budgeted for 25,000, and this is a new item for the department. And I know that Alma will give you an explanation for that. She needs some additional help. Line 5414, printing and copying, 3,000. That's a 200% increase, and that's based on the actual expenses that we've been seeing. And then line 59, vehicle insurance, we're budgeted for 3,000. That was not a budget item for the previous year, but it is based on our costs that we actually experienced in 23. So the total for the section. Actually, we have a mistype. That's professional services section, not repairs and maintenance. Is 42,000. It is a 282% increase over the previous year.
Okay.
Next section, other services and charges. Line 5503, team building, $400. That's no change. Line 5520, interest code vehicles budgeted for 2003 at 16 cents. That's my calculation based on the leases that the department has. And then 5521, principal on code vehicles, it's 11,383.64, which is a reduction. The net of those debt services items is the same as the previous year. They're just split differently between interest and principal. So the total for other services and charges at 13,786.80 is unchanged. Community activities, line 5530, conferences is budgeted for 6,000. 200% increase. Again, this is a continuation of the discussion that we've been having. I'll defer to Raleigh and Alma on that detail. Line 5531, association dues, budgeted for 1,000. That's no change. Line 5532, subscriptions and publications. That's budgeted for 3,000 from the actual experience of the person. So for the total, or the section total, budget is for 10,000, which is a 233% increase over the previous year's budget. The next section is in infrastructure and facilities maintenance. Line 5600, building repair. It's budgeted for 3,000. That's no change. Line 5609. Abatement on property expenses, that's budgeted for 6,000. That's an increase of 33% over the previous year. So based on our recent experience. And then line 5610, electricity. We are not budgeting that line in code compliance. It's being budgeted in other parts. So the total for the section is 9,000. Which is a 10% reduction from the previous year. Total expenses, operating and total are the same since code has no grant. 424,898.74. That's a 4% increase over the previous year. For the summary, last year, or I should say fiscal 23 budget was $410,077.05. We have increased wages and leave pay, repairs and maintenance, professional services and community activities for a total of $44,863.34. We have decreased employee benefits and infrastructure and facilities maintenance in the amount of $30,041.95. So the fiscal 24 proposed budget is $424,898.74.
Okay, so I'm gonna go Jared, Valerie, Luke, Jimmy. Jared.
Yeah, I don't think I have any questions at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, Valerie.
Thank you for being here. For all the work you are doing in the department. So thank you. Probably have a million questions, but not right this minute.
Mine is one, apparently. Go ahead, Luke.
I have no questions. You do a great job with a very small staff, and I really appreciate everything you do and being here. Just thank you.
Wow, must be lunchtime, huh? Jimmy?
Not gonna get off that easy.
You're like 4 more minutes added to my time.
Anyway, temporary labor, 25 grand. Again, I'm going to propose that we have a 10% across the board, cut in the temporary labor and let Mr. Kamali decide where it should be cut back as opposed to why 25?
Okay, if I may, yes, definitely. So the only reason why I requested for a part-time person as a contracted person is because, as you all know, we have the big building units that have not been inspected for so many years. And in code, we want to address that situation. We want to definitely go back, mostly hearing after rent stabilization, how many, tenants have gone through with probably even units that are not livable or not in good condition. So we definitely want to address that. I know that we have 2 inspectors now, but I definitely think that we need a third person to come in and actually assist us with all those units. As you know, they're big units.
Which we're gonna contract.
Go ahead.
No benefits.
Correct.
A part-time person. Jimmy, anything else?
No, just in general, I hear you. I just think if we look at the big picture, and we cut a little bit here, a little bit there, we're cutting $10,000 and maybe Mr. Kamali and city manager, I would suggest we ask him to come back with a proposal to cut that whole line item from 100 to 90 and maybe make some suggestions of which areas really need the full amount, which.
So
I do have a question now, but.
now you have a question? Go ahead, Jared. Oh, you have my turn. Go.
No, sorry. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Jimmy, and thanks for the clarity. Also, thank you for being here. I apologize. I didn't start off with that. Do you think, so the temporary decision or contract decision that it sounds like it would both support rent stabilization, compliance? No.
It would be definitely just for the inspection
Okay.
part of the, yes.
Is there also a, this is coming back to my earlier question about fee or fine collection. Is that decision also not only likely to potentially increase our ability to address code issues in the apartments, but also address our ability to collect for those violations as well?
So in all honesty, I was looking at the numbers so far for every individual year for municipal infractions. And I think we need to go back because I have something totally different because I keep record of every citation that actually comes in that is paid for. So it does not look like the amounts that were.
We can look into it.
Okay.
Might have been coded,
Okay, so we are.
We can look into it.
So, but coming back to this
Yeah.
question of like this contract decision, also, if we're doing increased enforcement because we have sufficient staffing, does that also increase our ability to collect fines that are because we have the staffing to, that was my question.
So let me
Go
say
ahead,
this,
Alma.
even though we've had actually one inspector working, which is Inspector Uck.
Yeah.
Let me assure you that he's been in court many times and we've addressed so many situations that definitely, this is something that we're definitely doing. We're definitely getting compliance, I think more than ever, in our department.
I get, the question I was saying is, does the increase here also somewhat offset by the increase?
I will be able to help you
Sorry.
answer some of the question, because this is on us. I think a few years back, maybe 3 years ago, we went through our citations and basically we took them out and then we refer them to the county. So even if somebody gets cited, like they'll cite it, they'll call 311, let's say if they do like a stop work order, they'll put it. The inspector will work and stuff like that, but they have to go to the county to clear all that and they come to the city to do whatever they have to do. But a lot of the double ones are not with the county and some of them are with us, correct, Alma? So that also reduce some, and we reduce a lot of the fees down as well previous years.
So let me say this, a lot of the fees, like I mentioned before, they are reduced by the judge
That's it.
himself.
Yeah.
Um,
Not consistent.
yeah, so nonetheless, like I said, it's something that we have to look at, because, I definitely believe that
Okay.
there's not the actual
Discrepancy.
numbers in there, that we got something missing.
I just want to make sure that
So go ahead.
we understand your question, mainly that contract person, because we are way behind, as I've been advised by Almo, in inspections. We have those large apartments that have not been inspected for.
Some of them have not been inspected for 4 or 5
Oh,
years.
and I agree that, I just want to be clear, I
No,
think
no, no.
that's very important. I just was also asking if
Yes,
the increased staffing also, contract staffing also increases our ability to,
it could happen too.
yeah, okay.
So maybe.
Yep, it's a
Yes.
maybe.
So,
Appreciate it.
yeah, that's the problem,
Yeah.
but, I will say I'm a little more open to the part-time position for Coke, because for so long, they only had one inspector. And then it's been like gaps, gigantic gaps, where it had like no second body in there when it comes to inspector itself. So it heavily fell on, I think is it closer to, well, it's been big gaps. So that's the reason why I see quite a bit of some of the increases in there, because they were so understaffed. The question I do have, and I believe you already answered, Ron, when it came to the expenses, because they do have one more extra inspector, wouldn't these numbers go up, not down from previous year? The FIFCA, the life insurance, dental and stuff like that, yeah, because they have a new one. So that was my only thing, because like, if they're going down, they had only one inspector. And now now they have one more, wouldn't those numbers go up instead of down?
It's possible. I don't think they would go up. They might not go down as much.
Okay.
That will be part of my recalculation of the
Okay.
medical insurance with the new rates.
Okay, so yeah, so hopefully, let's hope that the new rates fall under the 5, so that way it gives us some wiggle room right there when it comes to some of the saving. But yeah, so we 100%, I mean, we all went through hours of testimonies, and this is without counting how many of us have been like, talked about like the things that we need to address. And you know, once you start hearing 77.5% are renters in the city, you realize how much workload it has for a department that needs that extra help. And with that comes like, you know, the training for the team to move forward and everything else. So yeah, they finally have a team, right? Because before they was like very short-handed, but I definitely think like this is where I feel like, you know, that it's good thinking doing part-time, you know, like so that way you carry and
Contract.
figure out contract what it looks like, figure out like what is needed, because it's gonna be a lot of work for the next year plus. Okay, that's just mine. If nobody else has nothing, Alma, thank you so much. And thank you for everything. I know we keep you up like a lot of hours, Alma. Like you have a good long record for years now with us. All right, perfect. All right, so I'm gonna do a time check. The next one is Ron. The next one is Ron for Economic Development Department. Let's think about for a restroom break and some food, because now we've gone over 9, some of us have been here 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. It's about 4 hours. So if Ron is here, do the department's a 1 page as well?
Ron, we have to text him and he's going to join because he lives in.
I'm here.
So,
All right.
here.
so Ron is only 1 page. Can we get it?
Yeah,
Can we get
can
it
do
through?
that Because there is not that much.
Yeah, so that way it helps.
Yep, I'm here.
Time. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Okay, so, Ron, do a run through.
Okay,
Go ahead.
uh,
Ron Wilson, sorry. Go ahead. Run and run.
wages and leave pay section, regular pay, 5,000, we're budgeting 101. 101,772, which is the COLA increase we did for fiscal 24. And then the other line, 5,000 employee bonus, $500. There's one employee in the department. The section total then is 102,272, which is a 4% increase over the previous year. The next section, employee benefits and services, line 5,100, FICA expense, $7,823.81, which is a 4% increase over the previous year. Line 5101, life insurance expense, $24.93, 74% reduction, and that's based on the actual recent expense that we're experiencing. 5102 dental insurance expense, 861, 62, that's a 3% increase. 5103 medical insurance expense. Currently, at 22,872.91, it's budgeted for no increase, but this will be updated based on the new rates from Budget. Line 5105, workers' compensation insurance, $564, 29% reduction. 5106, unemployment insurance, $358.46, that's no change. 5107, retirement contribution is 11,188.56, that's a 7% increase. And the section total for employee benefits is 43,694.28. That's a 2% increase. Next section, professional services, line 5400, professional services, $4,000, that's no increase. Line 5411, employee training, $1,000, that's no increase. The section total is 5,000, and that's no increase. The next section, other services and charges, line 5500, rent expense, that's 15,000, that's no increase. Line 5503, team building, $120, that's no increase. Line 5504, economic development, Main Street programming, Main Street program is budgeted for 30,000, and that's no increase. And line 5504, economic development programs, budgeted for 2,000, that's no increase. The section total is 47,120, and that's no increase over the previous year. Next section, community activities, 5530, conference convention expense, budgeted for 2,000, that's no increase. Line 5531, association dues, budgeted for 1,000, that's no increase. The section total is budgeted for $3,000, and that's no increase over the previous year. Capital outlay or line 5700, capital project expense, no budget line. Line 5706, grant matching expense. We have no budget for this year. 100,000 that was budgeted last year was part of that budget modification that we talked about earlier. We have the $100,000 of fund balance. So the total operating expenses for the fiscal 22 budget are $201,086.28, 32% reduction. In the grants expense section, we have line 5899.24, the DHCD Rhode Island Avenue facade, budgeted for 50,000, and the 5899.30 DHCD 34th Street facade is budgeted for 100,000. So the grants expenses section is budgeted for $150,000. And the total budget for the department, both operating and grant, is $351,086.28. Over on the summary side, page 57, the fiscal 23 approved budget was $296,850.67. We have increased wages and leave pay and employee benefits by $4,235.61 and decreased the capital outlay by $100,000. And the proposed budget for fiscal 24 is $201,086.28.
Okay, so I'm gonna go around. We'll give it to you, Jimmy, but I need to change it. Go ahead.
We did last time.
I'm on time. We'll have to
So
go
I
out
mean,
and-
I have no questions. I just want to make a comment that actually the 32% decrease in grant and process. So actually it's about a 2.5% increase, which is fine. I mean, I have no problems with it, but it's just when it looks like just the public, it looks like it's a big decrease, but actually it's a little small increase in the actual expenditures.
Make a note of it in the budget.
That's only the pay.
Yeah,
That's the only difference.
Yeah.
The rest of.
I appreciate all the work that's,
Yeah.
Mr. Hopkins is being done and, glad we can support it.
So make a note on the budget that's basically says that the reason why there's a decrease is because it's being funded through the grants. So that way, if there's a change in grant receiving, we know why it went down. Number two, if we have to, like, when we tell people we're investing in economic development, they'll be wondering, why do you reduce it like 56% if you really care about economic development, right? So just make a little side note, yeah.
Just to be clear, the
Yeah.
$100,000 that's in the operating budget was not grant fund. It was our responsibility
Right.
toward the program as matching funds. So it actually wasn't operating.
Yeah, but I'm 100%, but what I'm saying, if grants are covering something that we already got, they're part of this budget, because some of them were waiting for answers, right? And that's what they don't reflect on it. Let's make sure on it, because once again, when you're here in future years, they're gonna be wondering, why is it that you've moved up from this number?
Sure.
And how we're able to keep everything wonderful that we're doing with half of the budget from this year.
Mhm.
Okay, so remember, like, the budget's one of those documents that people need to be able to pick it up and read it and follow through without having to sit in the whole entire meeting with us. All right, so I'm gonna go Valerie, Luke, Jared.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ron, for all of the work you're doing. I see that you're doing a lot, and I've only been here for a year, so I'm still getting used to all these processes, but the grants expense in the FY 21 actuals, there was none. And I think that's a testament to the work you're doing, that we have matching funds that we have to put into grants. And I see some of the changes, the facade improvements along Rhode Island Avenue. I mean, I'm looking at Penny Royal Station and it looks pretty full. There's cars coming in and out, or eating lunch. I'm hungry too.
1 minute.
But I think this is a good thing. So thank you. That's all I need to say right now. Thank you.
All right, perfect, thank you. Jared?
Oh, you said Luke first.
Oh, sorry, Luke, go ahead.
The $15,000 rent, does that go to the county or to the
Yes.
gateway?
It goes to the
That's
county.
Gateway.
Gateway,
The 15,000
Goes
goes
through
to,
the gateway. It's the office space at the gateway, but it goes through to the county.
Yes,
so
eventually.
does the CDC get it as revenue or?
No.
No, okay. So do we have space at the Melinda Miles building now?
nope,
They rented it.
But do we have space at the insurance building?
Yes.
but it's not ADA compliance.
The other thing is that because it's like in the middle, you want to have a public, thing there.
I understand I understand the rationale.
So yes, there
There's
probably
like the
could be space
synergy of being
otherwise.
there. I understand
And,
the
yeah.
rationale. It's hard to defend as because the city has space in places and, I understand why. I just needed to ask the question. So when Potts Hall gets redone and we have mayor and council space on the second floor, this space can be converted into cubes and economic development show here. And we don't have to be paying all these expenses.
Definitely.
So can I speak to that?
Sure.
Go ahead, Ron.
Yes, so the reason I'm at that location is a collaboration between Prince George's Arts and Humanities Council and Gateway CDC.
I get that.
All right. So
It's not like you
feel
would stop collaborating with them. You could just
But-
walk. half.
Luke, can he?
But can I finish? Okay.
Go ahead,
Sure.
go ahead, Ron.
No, so if I could be allowed to speak. So.
Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yeah, the main reason was because it's centrally located, it's right on Rhode Island Avenue. We have access to a conference room as well, and they felt that, especially when Miranda was here, that it was best that I'm located right in the center of Rhode Island Avenue, so the pedestrians and the businesses can have ready access to me instead of going to another location. And that's proved quite fruitful with all our, events that take place in the Media Arts Lab as well. So that's the reason we were there, and that's why we were allocated these funds.
Yep, I totally understand. I just need to be these are taxpayer expenses, and if the city has space in places, I just have to be able to defend that. But I understand why we did this. I was there.
But,
Thanks.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Ron. The other thing, do remember that the only space that we currently have, these two buildings are out starting next week. The only space we have over there, we need like funding to even make it handicap accessible because it's not. That's the reason why we have limitations of what we do with it. And as much meetings as economic development has, definitely is gonna be needed. You know, so maybe when the Welcome Center is over, it might be a different story. But right now, all that space that we get for the funding, it definitely helps. It comes in handy. All right.
Thank you, Selena. And thank you, Ron, and thank you, Ron and Ron.
But it's like I was the only one.
So yeah, no, I would just kind of, echo Luke's kind of, or just the general thought as we kind of reallocate our city space, it may make sense to kind of think about where and how we folks are located. You know, having everyone in the same space is very central. We're, you know, nothing in the city is 6 blocks wide. So I think where that makes sense, it makes sense to think about. Ron, I apologize, I feel like I asked this last year and I forgot. Can you just remind me, or either Ron, what the street programming piece is?
So I can speak to
Ron
that.
Hopkins, go
Yes.
ahead.
Ron Hopkins, thank you,
Ron
sir.
Hopkins. Okay, so we have a Main Street designation and we are affiliate. So in order to have a Main Street designation, DHCD requires us that we have $50,000 in our budget to have a Main Street, right? But they allowed us, I guess, a little leeway, and they passed it with only $30,000 in the budget. So that's the Main Street designation budget. And it does cover things like expenses and also programming. So being a Main Street, you have to give a lot of events to attract attention to the city. So that's where a lot of that money goes to.
Okay, and thank you for that. I just remembered, I literally asked you the same question last year and you gave me the same very patient answer. And so I appreciate you doing it again. I do think that was helpful for folks that are listening and to understand why we allocated that. It is a doorway, if you will, to additional funds and resources from the state. The one thing I was just gonna say for on a future budget, the old grant section, it might be helpful to have those broken out just so we can kind of see, you know, there was FY23, 283,000 or 483,000. Yeah, and then proposed or 283 in actuals. It might be just helpful for folks looking at that to know what those previous year's grants were funding. I understand they're falling off their one time, but that probably might be handy.
Sure, we'll do that.
The other,
And that's all I had.
I was gonna ask you that. To piggyback on the question, I know you said if you guys could put what period it is, because when it says all grants, I mean, it does not specify whether it's like 5 years, 1 year. Are you guys just talking about the FY23 quote unquote all grants, right? So
What problem it's in.
that's what I'm saying. So make it a little bit more clear, because all grant could be like, I mean, you could sit there like 10 years from now, figure out what the all grants are. Well, as part of the number, just add it to the number what it is in case we have a question of what it looks like is there. So that's that. Ron Hopkins, thank you so much for the work, right? Not only have you been able to manage to get a lot of grants, some of them for us putting 100 and we get 200 more, but also quite a few of those grants are non-matching grants. They're in kind because of the work that you do and the relationships you build. And you have stuck very much into, you know, winning through collaboration. So we have been able to do a lot in the city, based it on your efforts and you being out there and being at the right place at the right time. I've seen some of the connections being made just by being in that office, and that has led to conversations that have been have done plenty of fruition when it comes to grants, when it comes to like presentations, when it comes to people willing to put themselves out there to help the community as well. So thank you for that and making sure that we continue showcasing locally and at various levels that we do care about economic development. And once again, thank you for the congratulations on the award received from FSC First. They had a very hard choice to pick from all the partners they have, and the fact that you earned the community award for this year speaks volumes of the work that you're doing as well. So thank you so much for that as well. Okay, and thank the whole team, you know, that you work with as well. All right.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you
Bye,
very much.
Ron.
Thank you very much. It's a team
Saturday.
effort.
Have
It's a team effort, and I appreciate the support from mayor and council and city manager.
Okay, thank you.
And happy birthday on Monday, Ron.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you.
Turning 35, I suspect.
36.
Ah,
Yeah, I think I was gonna say 34 and a half. All right, thank you, Ron. Have
All
a
right.
good Saturday. All
All
right,
right,
so
you
we
too.
have two questions. Mayor Benitez 5,000 consistent providing Latino heritage requesting fairness in program not rush through without thought. Sharnett, I don't make the decisions for the team solely. We heard what you asked, and that's gonna be considered for by the collective. And if you notice, nobody's adding nothing to the budget at this point. That's gonna become later on the hearing. Was it Gateway? Ooh, can you move the little emojis, please? Gateway doesn't receive any rent money from the city. Is the PGAHC.
Prince George's Arts and Humanities
Yeah.
Council.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you, Michelle. I think because you guys are so close to each other, like I know Michelle's like, I keep telling you this, sorry, Michelle. Several residents are trying to join and getting a message that they are not being allowed in. I'm trying to send a messages to everyone, but the link is not allowing, who make that comment? Okay, let me know who it is, because you move it fast, hold on. Or being allowed, so can you guys put on what the Facebook and also like this is? They could, Melissa or Pink, where can they go and find the link? It's in the calendar?
Website calendar.
It's on the city website calendar. Can you guys run a check to make sure everything's fine, please? Okay, so they'll run a check. Thank you for that. Let me see. Say, why is the Latin American community the only one be allocated funds? Actually, no, there's several communities that have been allocated funds. Thank you for that. Next. Thank you so much. All right, so the team is gonna run a check to figure out why is it that, we need to pause, like we said, we're gonna pause. To see if the link is working or not, they'll reshare again and to see if there's any problem with anybody, trying to get it. We did say that we were gonna break after, econ just for a few minutes, because we have been here since, the team, some of them since before 9 o'clock and, is nearing 1:30 in the afternoon. So we need a quick break, to at least like eat and move on. And the next section we are coming from is police department. And we apologize for running now about 30 minutes behind, so we cut off 30 minutes. But we're moving as fast as we can, so we ask for some patience.
Can we ask a specific time when we reconvene? 1:45, okay? So people,
So we will reconvene from recess at let's make it 1:30, 15 minutes.
that's fine. 1:45, is that all right?
yes.
Okay, so we'll reconvene back at 1:45. Can I have motions to go into recess, please?
Second.
Coming back at trying to come back at 1:45. All right. Any discussion, abstention, objections? Hearing none. Let's go into recess, please. And let us know whenever you speak. All right, so welcome back to the budget work session. If you have been with us since 10 a.m. this morning, thank you so much. Just to do a quick recap, we started with the budget hearing. We discussed the tax yield. And then right now we're going line item by line item. when it comes to the budget, as well as talking to the directors if we have any questions. We are running a little bit behind, but we're trying to catch up as much as we can. The other thing is like, as we go through the budget, we'll be talking about the departments. And then we're gonna move on. The last item is other budget discussion. And that's where other proposals are gonna be put in that have been brought up for mayor and council, and committees and everything else. Okay, so please make sure we know the format, and we're gonna try our best to fulfill the time requirements, okay? All right, the other thing to point out, the screen is in that direction, so if you see us moving that direction, there's some why. The directors and the staff is here in this direction. And we might not be looking at the camera because we're in the conversation. The cameras are just here to capture. We do have Melissa Pink. We have Natalie and Ron from finance. We have Mr. Kamali, city manager. We have the chief of police, Chief Alston as well. In the background, you might see our HR director, Cheryl, and our public works director, Rocio, and MRTV, we had Jared. I think I covered everybody, right? Yeah, okay, so. Okay, so there was let me see, the last one. So we just finished
Economic development.
economic development. And once again, thank Michelle for clarifying the rent and Valerie for filling it what the letters are. Next on the agenda, we do have the police department. Okay, hold on, and that's on page what?
Page 62.
62, okay. So the way it's being done is like they'll read what the department is through, and then they will go back to the proposed budget summary, and then council will open up to questions. The finance advisor will usually read what it is and what the change is, so that way we don't have to ask the same 300 questions. And then we'll direct our attention to like any questions that we also have to the police department, to chief who happens to be here. So hello, chief, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Good afternoon.
That time it blends. Some of us have been here since like a little bit over 8 o'clock in the morning, so it's been a long day. All right, so we do have a couple of other questions on the chat that we're gonna put up. Is that the last one?
This is the
This the last.
question.
Okay. And this is Kathy Boston. Why is the Latin American Community Committee the only one being allocated funds, question mark? How is the African American community, which has majority population in the city, not considered for a line item? Go down. I'll be back with the same, oh, you actually going to try to skip over these questions. I'll be back with the same questions. This is not what democracy looks like. Kathy, we explained how the procedure works. Right now, we have not put nothing forward in. We are gonna wait until the end of the budget to be able to have those topics of conversations. Last year, we did work with 2 other cities to allocate funds, resources, and collaborate with North Brentwood, which is a historical city, in order to celebrate their day, but also like African American history cohesively. So nobody's trying to skip any questions. We will be back at the end to address anything else that is presented, and you will see that's happening throughout. Okay, go ahead, Luke.
And I would just add that, things Lena are referring to are the city celebration for Juneteenth. And, there's even though it's not specifically called out, there's $5,000 for mayor and council events. And that money does get used for Juneteenth. So I know it looks in there like, oh, you're calling out one, but that's not reality. And so we'll change the budget so that Juneteenth is specifically called out, so that it's clear that no one favoring anyone. That's never been the practice in the past. That will never be the practice in the future. So just want to make sure, because I could see how that would be unclear to folks. And so I appreciate the comment, but that was never the history. That's never the intent. That's not how it's going to be. So thank you.
Yeah, and also to point out that Rec Committee did allocated funds for another event as well as part of their grants. And they have done that with Diwali. They have done that also with a Juneteenth programming that was happening. We did do flag raising ceremonies, actually 2. We do the Juneteenth, and then we do the Black History Month as well. So we look forward to also collaborating. We have collaborated with the county and other identities in order to make sure things are happening. So saying that, I'm having allergies, sorry, you guys. Saying that we'll continue with the budget and then we'll address any other proposals at the end. So that way we'll continue with the flow of it. To notice to council, we are about an hour on the dot behind. So we'll work right through it, okay? And thank you guys so much, both our community members and staff and council to make sure that we're staying here patiently. All right, Mr. Ron Wilson. Plenty of water, you ready to go?
Mayor.
All right, go ahead.
So for the police department, the first section is wages and leave pay, line 5,000, regular pay. We're budgeting 1,272,972.15. I will have a comment about the wages budget in total when I finish. The employee bonus, also line 5,000, is budgeted for 11,500. There are 23 employees in the police department at $500 each. Line 5,001 overtime pay, we are budgeting 92,000. That's unchanged from the previous year. Line 5,002 court pay, we're budgeting 10,000. That's also unchanged from the previous year. Line 5,003 shift differential, we're budgeting 414,452.85. Again, I'll have comments about all of the salaries as a whole. However, I do want to clarify something. This line that we've always called shift differential is in fact not a differential. It is the night pay in total. So the officers who work that overnight get an extra $1.50 an hour. This line is not that extra $1.50 an hour. It's their whole pay. That's always the way we have recorded it and budgeted. It just, the line item is not as descriptive as it should be. So I'll be making that change so that there's no confusion. Okay, so overall for the salaries, what we have, as you know, we are in negotiations with the FOP for a new collective bargaining agreement. And we have incorporated those not finalized, but in process numbers in the budget strictly so that we could see what the impact would be. Okay. The next section, employee benefits and services. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back up to the total. So the total for total wages and leave pay, we're budgeting $1,802,425, and that's a 12% increase over the previous year's budget. The next section is employee benefits and services, line 5,100 FICA. We're budgeting $137,885.51. Again, that's a 12% increase. For 5101 life insurance, we are budgeting $2,000. That's a 15% increase, again, based on our recent experience. Line 5102 dental insurance. That is budgeted for $13,060.66. That's my estimate of a rate increase for the upcoming year. Line 5103 medical insurance expense is budgeted for $361,341.99. And I've built in a 5% rate increase for the year. Line 5105 workers' comp is budgeted for $304,922.66. That's a 12% increase, and that is a function of salaries. So the formula spits out a number in conjunction with salary increase. Line 5106 unemployment insurance, we're budgeting $12,635.94. No change. And then for 5107 retirement contribution, we're budgeting $197,185.30. That's a combination of both the salary increases plus the slight change in the pension rate from the state. So the Section total is $1,029,032.06. That's a 10% increase in the section. Next section, materials and supplies, line 5,200. Office supplies, we're budgeting for 6,000. That's no change. Line 5202, computer equipment and supplies, we're budgeting 55,000. It's a 450% increase over the previous year, and this is for a replacement of tough book computers in police vehicles. Line 5204, police supplies and equipment. We are budgeting 23,000. And this is based on the chief's discussions with me and Mr. Kamali. Line 5205, uniforms. We are budgeting 36,500. Again, these are based on our discussions. Line 5206, firearm supplies, we're budgeting 9,000, that's no change. Line 5207, uniform cleaning expenses, we're budgeting 6,700. And based on our conversations with the chief. And line 5210, vehicle fuel and oil, budgeting 25,000, no change. So the total for materials and supplies is 161,200, and that is a 22% increase over the previous year. For the repairs and maintenance section, line 5,300, vehicle repair and maintenance, we're budgeting 35,000. That is a 17% increase over the previous year. That's based on recent experience plus discussions with the chief. Line 5301, equipment repairs and maintenance. We're budgeting 24,000. This is was not budgeted last year, and this is for a maintenance program for body cams and tasers. Line 5303, radio maintenance, $300. That's unchanged. 5304, MRD security cameras maintenance, $4,000. That's a 60% increase. And again, this was based on conversations with the chief as we were developing the department budget. Line 5560, equipment purchase, budgeting 5,200, which is no change. For the section total is 68,500. That's an 80% increase. The next section is professional services, line 5404, dispatch services. We're budgeting 90. It does say that's a 30% increase. However, the expense for this year is in fact 90. So while it looks like a budget increase, it's not a projected increase in the actual expense. Line 5407, computer software expenses. We're budgeting 5,500. That was unbudgeted last year, and this is for a new public notification system. Line 5410, recruitment and testing. We're budgeting 7,800, which is no change. Line 5411, employee training. We're budgeting 20,000, and that's no change. Line 5415, police liability insurance. We're budgeting 29,000, and that is based on our recent expense history. Line 5418, vehicle insurance, 19,300, and again, based on recent experience. So the section total is 171,600, and that's a 22% increase. Other services and charges. Line 5503, team building, budgeting 3,000. That is a 50% increase. Again, it's based on our budget discussions with the chief. Line 5523 and 5524, I will handle together. There is a change in the split between interest and principal, but the totals are very similar. It's also based on the actual amortization schedules that I developed for all of our capital needs. Line 5599 miscellaneous, we're budgeting for 2,000, and that's unchanged. Community activity section, line 5514 public safety night expense, that's budgeted for 6,000. That's also supported by 5,000 in grants. Line 5515 police explorer program, we're budgeting for 6,000, also supported by 5,000 in grants. And line 5516 community police reach, budgeted for 5,000, that's supported by grants. Line 5530 conference convention expense, we're budgeting for 3,000. That's a 50% increase over the previous year. It's a large percentage increase. It's not that big a dollar increase, and again, it's based on our budget discussions with the chief. And then line 5531 association dues, we're budgeting for 1,000. That's no change. So the total community activity section is budgeted for 21,000. That is 110% increase over the previous year, but it is supported by $15,000 in grants. The infrastructure and facilities maintenance section, line 5600 building repair and maintenance, we're budgeted for 10,700. That's no change. And then electricity 5610, we're budgeted for 15,000. That's no change. And then 5613 heat, there is no budget line. So the total infrastructure and facilities maintenance is budgeted for 25.7, and that's unchanged. The next section is capital outlay. Line 5705 is the only line in this section. It's vehicle purchase. We're budgeting for 126,000. Just as a reminder, I don't know what 3-4 months ago, I guess it was. If you recall, we had a discussion with the council about the police department's request for vehicles. At the time, the department was requesting 5. And after discussions, what we agreed to at that time was that they could replace 3 vehicles in fiscal 23 and 2 vehicles in fiscal 24. So that's what this budget line is like. So the total operating expenses for the department are $3,474,501.48. That's a 12% increase over the previous year's budget. And just so that you know, the previous year's budget includes the most recent budget modifications. Line 63 is the grants section. Line 5,000, the COPS grant, that was a 3-year program that ends in fiscal 23. So there will be no more COPS grant support in fiscal 24. Line 5899.21 is the police basement renovation. That was budgeted for 300,000. In previous years, it hasn't happened yet. It's a several-year-long grant. We're rebudgeting that for fiscal 24. And as I understand it, we should see it completed in fiscal 24. And then finally, line 5899.31, the Maryland safety cameras. This is a 9-month grant for cameras and some overtime and some other things. And this is the portion that we're estimating will be spent in fiscal 24. Some of that will be spent in fiscal 23. All right, and we will do a budget mod as required a little bit later in the spring for that grant, and a new one for public works as well.
Okay.
All right, so the total expense of the department are $3,875,338.48, a 12% increase. Would you like me to read the summary? Okay. So the fiscal 23 approved budget modified was $3,097,041.78. We have increased pretty much every section: wages, benefits, materials, repairs, professional services, other services, community activities. And that all totals $377,019.70. So the proposed budget for fiscal 24 is $3,474,501.48. And just to be clear, that's the operating budget only, not the grants.
Okay, perfect. And you made a note here somewhere that says that, right, or no?
That what?
You made a note that said it's operating, no grants?
On the summary page?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does say the fiscal 24 proposed operating budget in the first paragraph.
Okay. Just add that does not include grant, because somebody that might be reading it might not make any sense. So just have the one extra line. And if that applies to the rest of the budget and all the stuff,
Yes,
just
it
go
applies
ahead
to
and
the
add it, so that way it makes it a little bit clearer.
Sure.
Because I think that something that caused a little bit of confusion last year, we were like, the budget is 7 and it was 11, and we're like, so what, where's the extra money, right? And we tried to explain this, like, no, it's the grants that they're not like here. All right, so we're gonna go Luke, Valerie, Jared, Jimmy.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everything your officers do. I know you guys have done a lot this year, and I appreciate that. A few questions. For overtime, is that expense usually spread evenly throughout the year, or does it differentiate by quarter?
Well, it actually fluctuates with some of our events,
Okay.
and then actually, when there are times where they have court, well, we have court in here, but sometimes there's late arrest, things of that nature that we, we have no idea when that may occur. But one good thing about overtime this year, some of this will be supported by the Project Safe Neighborhoods grant. All of our community engagement events, all of our crime fighting initiatives, and we deem that we all need to be out. As far as all hands on deck, that's supported by this grant through September of 23, 9 months.
Okay, so is the 22,000 for FY 23? That's obviously a lot lower than what was the FY 22 actual. We've only got another quarter left here. Is that number expected to be significantly higher, or is it offset because of the grant money that we've received?
Ron, we didn't put the grant money towards that.
No. Not yet, no, it hasn't
Okay.
happened yet. I have a partial answer to that question.
Go ahead.
As I was going through this, I discovered that in our payroll system,
Yeah.
it has been coding court time, even though we recorded it as court time, it's been adding it to the overtime in the summary. So we had to extract that annually for fiscal 23. So, for fiscal 22 and fiscal 21 actuals, some of that is court time. I can't tell you how much, but I can tell you that for fiscal 23 so far, we pulled out $13,000. So
Right.
it's significant.
So I'm thinking overtime, I mean, for FY 23 actuals are at 22,000 and we're 3/4 of the way through the year. I can't justify why we would need 92,000 in overtime.
Well, look at the actual for FY 22,
Yeah,
97,700, right? So,
And
I-
then 91, and then fiscal year 21.
yes, and 21 was 84. So I think we have to look at that number again, because I am sure that in the paycheck system, the overtime is separated, and it should be more than this number that I see. And I do appreciate, let us
okay,
come back to you guys with the more definite.
okay, a more definite answer, okay.
Yes.
And then, how much of our fleet now is? Well, I'll get to the question. Line item 5,300 vehicle repair and maintenance. We're at about 20,000, which with another quarter left, we could be getting to 30,000. I would imagine with newer vehicles that the maintenance costs would go down. Is that a
Yeah.
correct assumption?
Yeah. And we still kept with those older ones as well. So the goal is after 120,000 miles, that we goes out
Okay.
on our replacement plan that we've set forth for mayor and council. But currently, we're trying to make sure we cover costs because I can tell you right now, we have another bill coming in. We had an engine go on one vehicle. So we were able to take another vehicle that was total, advise the insurance company that we're gonna keep it, take that engine out, put it into that vehicle that needed that, so it saved us from having to buy another vehicle. But yet, we have to pay the cost of the
Which was
engine install.
$2,000,
Yeah.
$2,000.
It'd have been 3,200.
Yeah,
So I just saw that bill yesterday. So we have now a vehicle that has an engine and a transmission that are only 56,000 miles. That first vehicle had 835,000 miles when it went out. So those are things that we're doing to not have to buy new vehicles, to still keep the fleet going. But that's also considered a maintenance cost.
So for next fiscal year, should we see the maintenance figures lower?
I believe so.
Well,
If we have new cars in the fleet?
yeah, for those cars, that'll be lower for sure, because those are covered under warranties.
Yep.
But the ones that are remaining, we still have to keep them going. So we want to make sure we have a buffer there.
Sure, but we shouldn't have to have the same maintenance. I mean, the maintenance that's budgeted for FY 24 is higher than what was budgeted last year. But what I'm hearing you say is that the maintenance should be lower because we're gonna have it covered by warranty.
We could possibly match what we did in FY 23.
Okay,
Because as I said, we're gonna go up before the end. And it could meet 30, hopefully it won't go over 30.
Yeah. Can I add something to this?
yeah,
Go ahead, Mr. Kamali.
I talked to Ron after Chief has purchased because we do have 3 new cars for FY 23 and 2 new one for FY 24. That's a total of 5. So the budget was submitted to me. Then I talked to Ron. I said, I think we can bring this one to 30,000. That's what Chief wanted right now. And somehow we forgot to change it.
okay,
'Cause I remember I had a discussion with Ron. You remember I said that they have a new cars, the cost should go down unless, something unforeseen situation. But again, if you look at the actual so far, it's $19,000 because of those old cars.
Yep.
Like Detective Muffin, I spent so much money on the, repairing
yeah, I hear
that
you.
old Chevy. So we could bring that one
Okay.
down hopefully to 30, maybe at the end of the, 6 months, next year, we can, tell you more about it.
Okay,
Okay,
And
so
then-
next, you have another
yeah,
question? Go ahead.
on the new vehicle purchases, 5705. So, these 2 new ones,
Yeah.
they are going to be hybrids, not electricals, right? I think that was the conversation.
Yes, that is.
Okay, so what's gonna be like, so looking forward years ahead, is there gonna be another line item next year for another 2 vehicles?
What was in our projection, Ron? Do you
Well,
remember?
we
I thought it was in-
Yeah, we can share the 5-year plan that Chief has, send it to me and I gave it to
Yeah,
Mayor and Council.
was it?
I can go,
Okay.
no, I can go down and get it right now or,
no, that's fine. You can say.
or just email you guys later.
But there's gonna be a cost here in FY 20
I believe that,
Every year.
every year.
Yeah.
Yes, the department has 22 vehicles.
Yep.
If you assume that they've lasted 7 years, you're looking at an average purchase of 3
Yep.
vehicles every
every
year.
year.
And what I'm getting to is like, it would not be wise to cut this and pay out of ARPA funding because we're gonna need this money in the budget every year.
Every year
So-
for the next
There's,
5
yeah,
years.
okay, I got you. I'm clear. Thank you. The other question was, sorry,
Like thinking about,
the computer purchasing. I think that was
go ahead.
That's an opera thing.
yeah, the computer question. Are all the computers the same age?
Yeah, they are. Actually, Lieutenant Sims sent me an email because I wanted to know the historical.
Yeah.
So in 2018, Sergeant Malley did an inventory as they came in. So all were purchased in 2018. They were purchased with the lowest amount of software and
Yeah,
memory.
yeah.
So we were we're gonna come to this point where technology wasn't gonna allow us to continue to run those computers. We can't run the license plate readers any longer, because we can't upgrade those computers. So our recommendation has been to do that replacement right away. We do have a grant for 6 of those computers, which is the Project Safe Neighborhoods grants. So remaining 14 that I want to purchase is what I'm putting here. But also I just found another grant, DJAG grant, that I'll be submitting soon that may even cover that cost. So, but for now, I'm asking for that assistance from the city to replace those couple of computers.
Okay, I have one suggestion here, which is I would like to not be in a position where every X years we have to replace all the computers because they were all bought on the same schedule. I'm wondering if we obviously go after the grant to pay for all of them, and if we get all of them, great. But from a budgeting perspective, I think it would be smart if we did not purchase all in the same year, if we stagger it. That way, so you're getting new computers every year. Police department's getting new computers every year, and you don't have one hit at one time. Because the way we do it in the federal government is everybody's on a staggered schedule, so the cost is spread out. Everybody gets new computers every 3 years, so we never run into this problem. There might be a year where it could be painful, but I think that would be smart from a budget perspective.
I think the only way it will work right now, we'll have to buy all them right now because they're outdated. And then in 3 years, look into buying some of them to start the staggering.
But then you're gonna have,
No, you do 3 and then 3 more. So that way they don't go beyond the 5, 2.5 to 3. So they don't go beyond the 5. But right now, if the whole program, the computer does not work, now you have an officer without a computer in the car that cannot do the functions they need to do their job. That's part of the problem right now.
it looks like we're gonna get 6 from a grant. We have 14 more. You could purchase. You could, if we purchased all the rest right away, 3 years, you're in the same situation. You're either circulating out some that don't need circulation, or you have to purchase them all again. So I'm not sure how that gets us out of the situation. I mean, I hear you, but. That's it. That's all my comments.
Go ahead.
Exactly what we have with the cars, we've cycled out some, we're not cycling them all out at once. We're phasing them in. I'm saying maybe it's not this year, but like, can we, have a different useful life?
Yeah.
For that equipment that we ensure we make, so some computers get rotated out here, some computers get rotated here. I mean, that's, I think just in general, good capital. Budget, not have things peak every 2 or 3 or 5 years or 10 years. Have like a continuous replacement cycle for your equipment.
Yeah.
So we're not in disagreement with that. I just feel like this year might not be the year. If the software and the computers are not working. So we might have, can you guys collectively work on a plan? It looks like what can a staggering look like for the coming years?
Work with chief and see how we can approach that,
Because-
because chief is getting 6 of them from the ground and we need 14 more. We need to look at it and see how we can evaluate our.
And I understand what you're working towards for sure. And I think what the dilemma is, like you said, is that if we hadn't purchased 18 at the same time.
Yeah.
At the same time in 2000, and they're all obsolete at the same time now. So I
100%.
understand what you're going to do.
So let's, work on it and then we come back to you guys with an option, hopefully.
Okay, Valerie,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. Can you talk a little bit about dispatch services? It's going from the FY23 actuals is 60,000. The budget was 69,000. Now it's gonna be 90,000.
Sure.
Talk a little bit about that.
Yes, last year, Highsville's new Chief Towers, decided to add a new dispatcher to better concentrate on our calls for service for the city of Mount Rainier. He sent me that proposal. I forwarded it to our city manager. We went over it. We thought saw it to be fair. They kept their pricing around the 69,000 for years.
67,500.
Yes, for years. And so we what that service does is 24 hours a day, they're answering our calls and service. Recently, I've decided, and I want to thank you for this, Valerie. When you were coming on, you noticed that people were getting a runaround trying to get the police department by looking at that Google number.
Yep.
That Google number still remains the same. So what we've done is pointed, and it should be done by now, they pointed that number to that dispatcher. So Chief Towers called me yesterday. He was not aware that I put that as a part of the new agreement. That they'd answer all of our calls for, not just calls for service, but phone calls that are trying to reach the police department after hours and on weekends. So that's something I wrote in that agreement with that additional, so that it would always be a live person answering even our administrative lines.
I'd like to add
Anything
something.
else? Go ahead.
As Chief said, we signed the contract for 67,500. Then they came back at the beginning of FY 23 and raised it to 90,000. And so we were short $23,000, which was presented to mayor and council in budget number 2 modification.
Yep.
And we got the 23,000. Now we're looking at FY 24, so we need to have the 90,000. And hopefully they're not gonna raise it again. So that
Okay.
was the reason that jumped from 69 to 90,000.
Okay, thank you. My other last question, for now, is, so traffic and safety is a major concern for many of our residents. Just getting around can be, like the other night, some car went 100 miles down the road, at like 9 o'clock at night, which is way too fast on our block. Can you speak to a little bit, we're doing the study now, and that will get us federal funding, hopefully, our plan. Can you speak toward, some of it, obviously, some of it's crime prevention through environmental design, so it's like, and that's public works, to some extent, you guys have worked together, but can you speak to other sources of funding that you're looking at that are not necessarily enforcement, but that could potentially be, in order to increase the safety about pedestrians and bicyclists and.
Sure. The grant we just received, Project Safe Neighborhoods, Mayor. We did get time funding here, and I mentioned it in our task force meeting the other night that we have with tool design. We put out, it's a little difficult right now because we have a shortage of officers, but we're asking our night shift officers to volunteer for overtime around Mount Rainier Elementary School in the morning time.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things we're doing. Our lieutenants have both been out there. I've been out there as well. And we've seen where we are gonna have to start some enforcement, just like we found out in the PTO meeting that there are parents that are actually challenging our school staff as far as making it more difficult for our children to be able to easily get around and walk to school. So we'll be there for that enforcement. We're also, what's the grant, Mr. Kwan, we talked about with Brentwood, safe routes to school.
Yeah,
We're looking at that. We had Bill to look into that.
yeah. That one. Can't recall it now.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah,
Safe route to schools.
Yes,
Same route to school,
Yep,
I'm sorry.
That's right. No, you're good.
they have grant funding for, technical
Oh, I
assistance.
thought we were talking about safe street for all.
They're very similar.
You see what happens?
Yeah.
One meeting, we net zero, and you guys
So
took
it's
over.
Just one
Go
question.
ahead, Valerie.
Project Safe Neighborhoods grant, is that going to be added to this grant? Is it a grant expense as well? Or no?
Oh, that's the same grant there, but it should, actually, we need to change the language because
Yeah.
magnitude of Project Safe Neighborhoods, it's really heavy and we should call it what it is. So we need to make that edit here. Instead of calling it Maryland Safety Cameras, it should be called Project Safe Neighborhoods of Maryland.
So that's 100,837.
Yes, and the total grant is for 302,511. And that's the portion that we will use in FY. That for new.
Basically, to 2/3.
Okay, well, thank you. That's.
Jared?
Valerie got my, thank you again, Chief, for being here, for the work that your officers do. Thank you for keeping it safe. Supporting the community. Yeah, I think my main one would have been dispatch service, so you've made that clear, and just for folks on that are watching. I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, Hydesville handled our dispatch services for us. They have 24-hour coverage. This is far cheaper than us relying on staffing it ourselves 24/7, or I think the alternative would be relying on each county, right? Which I think I would say in general would result in a lower level of service and community awareness and engagement. When we call, it's going up the street to Hyattsville folks that know our neighborhood very well. If we did it a different way, we'd have probably less responsiveness, less awareness in our community, and less engagement with our officers. So I just wanted to clarify for folks what that cost is and why we do it that way. And I think we are one of the few cities that Hyattsville lets sort of into its, they don't do this for a lot of every city. And I know Chevrolet and others have wanted to, but have not been able to get Hyattsville to do that. So I appreciate your partnership with neighborhood cities and approaching economies of scale and so forth. I just want to make sure folks understand, not thrilled that the cost went up so much, but understand that
Functional.
yeah, there's a functional reason for that. And that also, that doing it this way is substantially cheaper and also or more responsive than other approaches we could take, unless someone disagrees with that.
Right, and one of the things in talking with Chief Towers, with that additional dispatcher to make sure we serviced our city, he wanted to make sure it was clear that he wasn't charging us the friends benefits for that employee. So I thought it was fair.
That's all I have.
Perfect, Jimmy.
Just we haven't done our dispatching for at least 20 years. I mean, it was used to be Bladensburg, and then
Yeah.
we got a better deal in Hyattsville. Or these-
Yeah, we used to.
So just getting flagged for just a computer supply and, ARPA money is money, but that's something, computer equipment may be something we could do as an ARPA funding, because some things we want to do ARPA can't pay for. This is one they can, so it's something to flag as a possibility. And I think also computer life is longer now than it used to be. I used to do a new, computer every 2 or 3 years, and now I haven't changed my computer for 5 years. So it's not like I think they're getting a little bit better, so you don't have to. That's all. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everybody else.
So my turn. So I am gonna ask if you guys please change the name of the grant so that we know consistency what it is. Especially because we were awarded, I don't want them to come back and be like, it wasn't accounted for nowhere. The same thing, I guess I realized everything's back on page 33. If you guys could put the summaries with the section, it'll make life a lot easier. But it's like going way over there. And it just says general fund expenses and everything seems to be on it, but if it's like chopped up into the section, so make it a little bit easier. And I'm sorry, I'm having that out. I think something might have been because I haven't stepped outside. You guys saw me, and it's just not good.
Would you like to have his after?
I already took the medicine, but I don't know how long it's gonna take to like on it. So if I have to step out, Vice Mayor will be able to take up on it. So thank you for all the efforts. I know you guys have been working and writing a lot of grants and doing a lot of community policing, but also like being heavily engaged. The other thing is like with the explorers, not only do they take the, once a week to meet with you guys, but anytime we have an event, they've also been very helpful volunteering. And that has a lot for direct involvement of the youth when it comes to the community and how they build self-esteem, leadership. I was able to go to one of the meetings, and it's nice to see the good spread of kids that are there, and to even talk to the parents, the impact is making with them about holding them accountable, right? Because they know they need to do good in school, they need to be attending, they need to stay out of trouble. So they take earning the black sweater with the explorers on it very, very seriously. So thank you for your work on that as well, and the whole entire team. All right, so are you guys? I think you guys covered most of my questions. Yeah. So, oh no, I have one more. The retirement contribution. I do have a question. If we have an update on it, wonder what retirement plan do they fall? Have we been looking into the other
Well,
plan we were gonna be?
Yeah. We're using the same option for the rest of the city employees. The chief has asked me to look at the option. And so what we need to do Ron was trying to get some information that is gonna cost. But let me just, do more research and come back, because right now, I believe that the police department is asking for early retirement, which is called the LEOPS, right?
Yes,
Chief?
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
This is the law enforcement officers pension plan, and it's a 25-year plan. And when Chief Morgan previously did the research, he found pretty much it would allow the city to have a pretty big savings. I've sent the letter to Mr. Kamali as well. Because what you would do is lessen that liability of officers later on in their career, possibly get injured and hurt and have claims against the city. Also, what you would have is during their letting them go 5 years earlier, you could bring in officers paying them less at the lower part of the scale. Because at 5+ years in, there's your highest point of the pay scale. So we could, so even though there's an increase, the plan, it offsets it because you can let those officers go 5 years early.
So
We,
can I,
Yeah, in order to come up with a definitive answer to that question, we actually have to engage with the pension system
Mhm.
and pay them a fee to evaluate the costs for the LEOPS program versus the current program. And that fee would be in the neighborhood of several $1,000s before they would even answer the question.
so I would say two things, let's figure out if one, well, maybe talk to MML to figure out like if any other departments have it. Maybe they could give you basic information as when the forms need to go in, so we could more or less plan if we decide to do that or not. Two, if there's in like, if it's later, let's say, if it's after if it's at the end of budget and we're looking to speed camera, or any of the budgets that it is to be able to pay for it. One, what the cost is, what the deadlines are, so at least we have a little more information, because I've been hearing about this since Chief Morgan, and I would definitely like to figure out what it is. And if going to MML, we'll be able to provide us some information without having to like pay. I think it'll be like at least beneficial. So I'll say reach out to them and figure out what they say.
Yes, I have gathered information from other chiefs
Okay.
and talked with state retirement. Mark Ashland there is due in every September 1 each year. It will be effective if the city goes with it the following July. So as Ron said, the application itself, putting it in, cost the city nothing. Then they come back and give the city evaluation. The evaluation is based on the number of employees, the age and time in the system. And one good thing is we're already in the system. So some chiefs have said they came back with no valuation costs. So, but Ron said it may be a cost.
So can we try, since it's the September application, can we look around maybe May to do just a touch up to figure out what it looks like, so we could put something in the legworks? So if this is a possibility, we could ideally aim at doing it in September with enough time, so that was for next July. That way, at least we could at least put a point on it. So let's aim at I am so sorry, guys, at the May work session, to at least do a touch up. And if it's not ready, let us know, but at least we'll be able to have a touch up point, because this has been going on for years, and I definitely would like to have the answer, because in that time, our officers continue to age. So if we decide to do this, you do have a couple of officers that are over the 20. There's at least three or four officers that are over the 20.
Right.
So they might be able to qualify either, in a year or two, but at least information. So I'm not saying pay the money, but I'm saying it's like, if whatever the other stuff is, we could figure out and then come back to us with a report. My apologies.
No, what I'm gonna do, Chief has provided me the information to contact the person. If it's free to sign the application, we'll do that
Okay.
and come back with the information in May. But definitely we're gonna find out what's going on, and we make sure that we're gonna get the September deadline if we have to go for it. If the city decides to go there, we want to make sure that we can meet the deadline.
Yeah, as long as we have path
And then Ron can find out how much is gonna be our share to add more in order to go early
Yeah.
25. Right?
What's it called? Seeking information at this point, not to tie us to anything, but at least we'll be able to have that answers. The other thing is like, if the application's in September, we're doing it early enough,
Yeah.
figure out what direction we want to do. And depending, what the cost is, if we evaluate that the cost supersedes the other end, a few X amount of dollars in front might be better than paying more at the end. But like I said, at this point, it's like information and let us know where I would have been made. I think would be a good time.
I appreciate mayor and council, since we are a small city, to do it for the entire city, especially public works employee. They do a lot of physical works too.
Do they fall under that? That's like just officers.
This one is just for officers.
No, but early retirement out of this plan, not the layoffs.
Yeah, that might be a different conversation, but I know what you mean. Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's not understood that they could follow that
No.
specific plan. So
No.
just that,
That's only for the law enforcement.
yeah. So we need to figure out if there's anything equivalent to it as well. So that could be part of the seeking out. So, okay, Jimmy?
Yeah.
You're good. Anybody else? Anything else? Because we do have, we did promise the advisory board to us sometime, and I want to make sure we honor that. Oh my goodness. So let's see them, because at 3:00 we go ahead and recess, but I would like to hear so that we will at least, like, if we have any questions, we do it, and we go with text. Alyssa this said that, she could do it after 3. So even if we run just a little bit, let's text her and say like 5:30, but I think it'll be good to at least have the advisory board be heard, just because we promised that we'll do it in this time frame. Go ahead, Luke.
I just have one more question. The
Yeah.
uniforms went from 13,500 to 36,500. Is that gonna be a one-time thing, or is that just?
It is, just to account for the 5 that we're looking for. So there's the bulletproof vests,
Okay.
the uniforms,
And we have new hires, 5 police officers,
Got it.
and that's it.
But that would not, next year, it's probably not gonna be a 36,000.
because-
Okay, so that could be something we could pull from our.
Yeah.
Thanks.
and some of it is for, of course, replacing the uniforms, because as you
I get
I haven't purchased a lot.
Well, at this point, I need to finish this today. But I'm
Jody,
And everybody has a
yeah,
different. size.
ideally, I'm trying to get out of here before 5. Ideally,
Everybody has a different.
But
size.
the police department is like the big one, just in public. we're gonna do
I
more
get that. I just
Aside from the closed session. Okay, so
recycle.
can,
Sorry.
um, sorry to interrupt this conversation. Melissa Jimmy, is the chair speaking, Tony? Or
I
you know who's speaking on behalf of the advisory board? Do you know, is Tony there?
I'm here.
Okay, so- Hi, Tony.
Hello.
We were gonna ask to text you if you were not there. Thank you for joining us, and I know we told you we're running a little bit behind, a lot. But thank you for being here and joining us. You have allocated a beautiful 5 minutes and 5 minutes for questions, and that's something takes a little longer than 10. Okay, but do you need us to do screen share or anything like that, or you're good?
No screen share.
Okay, so as of this year, we have the Police Advisory Board. Tony George is the chair of the Police Advisory Board, and they have requested some time to talk to us at the meeting.
It's actually an ordinance. Tony.
I was gonna ask you to, like, if you wanted anything to add. So Jimmy, anything else to add before?
No, I was just saying it's in the ordinance that one of their responsibilities is to meet with the chief and the city manager and go over the budget and make any comments or recommendations. So this is basically what we're following, what the ordinance suggests they do. Thank you.
So you're mandated, Tony. Sorry about that. Happy Saturday.
Not a problem. It's
Well,
an
like,
honor
but-
to do it.
But go
And
ahead, the floor is yours. Do you need
Thank
share
you.
capability? You said no, right?
No share.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for granting the new Police Review and Advisory Board this opportunity. We've met for 3 times at this point, and have spent several hours speaking to Chief Alston, and Jimmy's been on board too, to get familiar with the police department for Mount Rainier, their operations, and obviously their budget. We've met a couple times to review the budget, get explanations and have, ask questions as well. We wanted there to be transparency for the public to have access to questions and concerns that we had about the budget and the police department. So I'm going to start off with, let's see, staffing and the contract. Our understanding is that the Fraternal Order of Police was in negotiations with the city for a new contract for the police officers. And they made an offer. The city countered that offer, and the police department accepted the offer. And my understanding is when you all met last week, I believe, and reviewed the budget, the council rejected that offer. Just trying to find out what was the reason for rejecting the budget.
Go ahead, Luke.
So a couple things. We can't talk about, so the council did not reject it. The council sent a counter proposal. Number two, we can't talk about those negotiations here in public. Those have to remain confidential, and we have a closed session after this meeting to discuss that further.
Okay, can our board either be a part of that or set up a time to
No.
have a session with
No,
you?
unfortunately not. Those are closed sessions with our city attorney.
But we did, I mean, the answer to your question is the council did vote to give a counter offer to the police. And that's where it is right now, but the details of that, about union negotiations, you really can't talk in the public about the specific.
No, I'm not asking for,
If you have comments about it, feel free to let us know how you feel about it, because that's really what your job is.
yeah, I guess our concern at this point is that the length of the process, the city charter stipulates, negotiation in good faith, having a time frame in terms of when it gets resolved. I think February was the prescribed deadline for getting this resolved. At this point, just talking to the different officers and the FOP, the delay is having a serious economic impact on the officers. Someone's got a car repossessed. Someone that was trying to purchase a house, the income that they were counting on from this new contract is no longer the case, and it creates an economic hardship. It's affecting morale. And then I'm understanding, we're already short-staffed, 5 officers at this point. We're a small department, so that's significant. And just
Tony,
compared
can I ask for what the recommendation from the board is?
well, we're just trying to get clarification from you all in terms of having some urgency towards getting this issue resolved, because again, it's having a negative economic hardship for the officers, but also there's the issue of recruitment and retention. You have neighboring jurisdictions that first of all have a higher salary for comparable positions. You have Hyattsville, I believe, offering a $25,000 lateral bonus, a $10,000 signing bonus. So we're going to be losing additional officers. And I understand that that's already become a reality. That was something that was really a serious concern for the board of not being sufficiently staffed, not being competitive in terms of other jurisdictions. And if you're not competitive and you're losing the good officers that we have, and so many of them expressed loving being an officer in the city of Mount Rainier, that your recruitment in terms of the pool of officers are not going to be as good as what we currently have.
So Tony, I'm not sure if you could see in the screen, you have about I'm going to give you 1:40 because I'm talking right now, time on the clock. Is there any other recommendation that the board has?
Well, I think that you need to consider that public safety and providing them the resources, the funding that's necessary to have a full intact police department should be of the utmost priority. And I would also go ahead and like to still request a meeting with the city manager, with our board.
Okay. Mr. Kamali, please reach out to the advisory board so that way you guys can meet. Jamie as liaison, you're not gone yet. Can you please make sure
Sure.
work on that?
Yeah,
And I'll just share one more thing. We had a situation where one of our neighbors from the Mount Rainier Artist Loft was robbed on 34th Street. It was an attempted robbery. Fortunately, she wasn't hurt and she was able to get into the building and get to safety and get to one of our officers pretty quickly. And the person was apprehended and arrested. But we had another situation where an elderly neighbor had a medical crisis, ended up at the hospital. While we were there waiting with her, some of the two police officers from the city of Mount Rainier came in. There was a situation with a mental crisis situation, but the amount of time that they had to spend at the hospital getting that whole situation resolved. If you've only got 2 officers patrolling on the night shift and then they're pulled away for such an emergency, you don't have additional backup staff to be sure that the city is being properly covered in terms of law enforcement.
Go ahead okay. Thank you, Tony. I just wanted to make sure I let you finish the thought. So two things as a point of order. This is the first that the advisory board comes to us. I will definitely recommend for the future if recommendations are happening that are outside the budget scope for the advisory to go to a work session like the other committees do. And if it's a recommendation directly for a budget to be in writing, specifically lining up if there's a line item in there that we need to look at more so that we're all in the same flow. And we have to be very careful because negotiations dictate we cannot speak. That's we kind of hear a lot of us quiet because we're trying to be respectful. But I wanted to make sure I give you the floor, but also want to make sure you know that when things like that happen, the work session for next time will be the better place to do that instead of the budget hearing. So we'll work on that with our team as well. Okay, so that was on our end. Okay.
Now, I understand that there are certain things that can't be talked about and have to be done in public session, but just given, I think the severity of the situation and just how critical it is, it was important that we do at least make you aware of the situation. And
Thank you so much. So I'm going to open up the floor to Council Tony. So do not go anywhere. Okay.
okay.
If you have your hair up, go ahead.
yeah. I would just say we absolutely share your concern. Retention and recruitment of our police force is vitally important. It's why we've been able to keep the city as safe as we have over the last couple of years. Chief has done a tremendous job. Staff has done a tremendous job. We know people are coming to our police officers with incredible amounts of money to recruit from our staff because they know how good we are. And we know how important it is that we do whatever we can to retain that talent. We have other people asking for money from the city, and we have to balance all those concerns against each other. But we definitely absolutely share that concern. And I think our proposal to the union recognize that, and we recognize the time crunch that we're on, which is why we scheduled a closed session immediately following this meeting. So that we can try to get to resolution as quickly as we can.
Thank you. I didn't get a chance to talk about the vehicle situation, and I'll save that for our meeting with the city manager. But I just did also want to mention that.
So Tony,
I need to finish up, Selena?
I have to go to the council right now. That's what I gave you a 2-3 minute warning to let you know that you were running out of time. Go ahead and finish your thought, but I need to give space to the council to say something. And we literally had to be at the closed session at 3 o'clock. That's what we said we were going to give you the time. So we're pushing it back, but go ahead.
All right. So Chief Austin has brought in grant money totaling almost $847,000, which represents nearly 29% of an operating budget for the police department. So I applaud him for his efforts and to help take the burden, in terms of revenue and resources being devoted for different departments, and it frees up money to, fill in the gaps other in the other places in the budget. But thank you for the time.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, councilors, anybody else? Valerie?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Tony, for coming and being here. I think Luke is right. I mean, safety is key. There's a lot of ways you can improve safety. Economic development is one way, making sure that you have safe streets. And police officers are very important in that mix as well. So I just thank you for working on this, and we're going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared?
And Tony, I thank you for taking the time. Thank you for waiting. I know this is a long meeting, that scheduling this, it's hard to get this. This is a long meeting, and I appreciate you taking time to wait. I just want to also echo how important I personally feel public safety in this community is. It's, something I hear about. It's something I've experienced in my life before. So I just want to note, we hear those concerns about public safety from you representing the board and others in the community as well. So I just wanted to, echo that. I won't rehash what Luke and
Valerie?
Valerie already said, but and also I just want to comment on one thing. There's some departments, Chief has done a great job at bringing revenue in. There are some opportunities police department has to generate revenue. Other departments have a really critical role, communications, public works, economic development. They don't necessarily, maybe they can bring you grants, maybe they can't. But, I look kind of holistically at if, we're able to get a grant here at Stable to support the whole city and to really provide, and then to look at this panoply of services and things that we need to do to city are asked by residents and invest there. I was just, reflecting on being in local government. I was in a position where I brought a lot of grants in, but, the organization I worked for, we had needs in some areas that our community needed needs in other areas. So we, I just want to say sometimes, our ability to bring in grants in some areas helps support the other city. Doesn't necessarily mean we should always focus every resources relative to, whether a department can potentially bring in revenue or not, because they may have different opportunities to do so. We need to look kind of holistically at the needs of the entire city. So thank you very much again, and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I'll be sure. Just thank you, Tony. I just want to say I understand that because of the timing of the negotiations, the budget hearing and presentation, why your remarks were, directed where you felt they had to be. But thank you, and I think we hear you. We're going into closed session soon to talk about the negotiations.
So, you're good. Tony, can you let the community know who are the other committee members that were appointed, please?
Sharnette Robinson, Shivali, I'm sorry, I don't want to mess up her last name.
Shaw.
Okay, Valerie Zelinsky and Inshachir. Again, the last name, I'm going to blow it, so.
Intisar.
Okay, all right. All of those people you just named are part of our committee, and we've had wonderful discussions, and they've had some really insightful input. Sharnette was formerly with the DC Police Department. Valerie has experience in contracting and other areas, and Shivali as an attorney. So me as a union member and budgeting. So it's a nice mix.
Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you for waiting. And I think you hear from all of us that it is a concern. We look forward to you guys meeting. I mean, you guys already done a lot of meeting, which is great. And you guys have hit the ground running, as they call it, right? So thank you so much for your efforts, and also for, standing up to be a chair. I know it's not easy. All right. So thank you so much. And enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Thank you.
I'm actually in a workshop. I had to drop out for a bit, but I'm going to go back to work.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Have a great day. Okay, guys. I need to know something Alyssa did say between 3 and 3:30. Starting at 3 o'clock, she could meet we technically have public works, and then we could let go of the staff, and then we could come back and just do the last part, which is, the other budget discussion. You guys entertain to do this?
Can somebody call us and see if she has, what her time is, if she's free?
Can you guys text her to see? So I'm thinking this shouldn't take no more than 30 minutes. 30 minutes to an hour, but can we do that? We'll let her know that we're gonna be calling her within the next 30 to an hour. Can you go ahead? Thank you so
Steve.
much, Chief, and please extend your thank you to the whole department as well, okay? And to the little one, well, the little, not so little explorers. Thank you.
Do public works in 30 minutes. What do you say, Rocio?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Chief.
All right, Rosino, the hot chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on down.
Good afternoon, Rocio, Director of Public Works. Right? Thank you for hanging out with us. Okay, Ron, I'm not gonna entertain no more. Ron Wilson, we're waiting on you. Ron Wilson, we're waiting on you.
Oh, okay. Okay, Public Works, wages and leave pay section, line item 5,000, regular pay, 489,522. It's a 4% increase. That is primarily due to the COLA, but there were some, small adjustments. But also because somebody recruited for an empty position is just slightly more than what the old budget was. 5,000 employee bonus. We're budgeting $5,000 for 10 employees for $5,000 each. 5,001 overtime pay. We are budgeting 37,616.27. That is unchanged from the previous. Next section, employee benefits, line item 5,100 FICA, 40,708. Line item 5,101 life insurance, $1,000. It's a 36% increase, although not a lot of dollars, and it's based on an evaluation of what we got going on with actual expense. 5,102 dental insurance, $5,744.47. Basically, it's a 5% rate increase. 5,103 medical insurance, $165,019.38. Again, this is a 5% rate increase place item. 5,105 workers' compensation insurance, $61,432.50. That's a 30% reduction. And this is based on the actual roster and our current workers' comp rates, although those are always subject to change when we get our renewal. 5,106 unemployment insurance, $1,912.37. That's no change. And 5,107 retirement contribution, $58,215.93. Again, that's like in other departments, that's a combination of increased salaries plus an increased rate from the state. Next section, section total, 334,033.22 is an actual 3% reduction from the previous year. Materials and supplies section, line 5,200 office supplies, 25,000. That's a 25% increase. And that's based on our discussions with Rocio and how much Jerry needs. 5,205 uniforms, $4,000, unchanged from the previous year. 5,207 uniform cleaning expenses, $34,000. That's a 55% increase over the previous year's budget, but it is based on our experience. So it is a more accurate. 5,208 street signs, $1,000, a 50% increase over the previous $4,000. And that was based on our discussions with Rocio about 5,209 traffic calming devices, $85,000. That's a 15% reduction. 5,210 vehicle fuel and oil, $20,000. That's unchanged. The section total is $174,000. It's a 2% increase over the previous year. Repairs and maintenance, line 5300 vehicle repair, $55,000, that's unchanged. 5301 equipment repairs, $5,000. That's an $8,000 or 62% reduction from the previous year. Based on our recent experience, we determined that we didn't need 13,000 for this line item. 5560 equipment purchase is budgeted for 5,000. That's unchanged. The section total is $65,000. That's an 11% reduction over the previous year. Professional services, 5,400. Professional contract services is 0 versus a $70,000 budget the year before. Kamali is familiar, and I guess Rocio too, with all of the details. It had something to do with the traffic study. So if you want to follow up on that. 5411 employee training, 3,000, that's unchanged. 5412 temporary labor, that's $40,000 in this year's budget. That's a 33% increase. This is based on the needs that Rocio had during our budget discussion. 5418 vehicle insurance, 15,000, that's unchanged. So the section total is 58,000. That's actually a 51% reduction in the section total. Next section is other services and charges. 5503 team building, $1,500, that's unchanged. 5507 CDL testing, $2,000, that's unchanged. 5518 tipping and recycling fees, that's 90,000, that's unchanged. 5522 and 5525, again, like with other departments, these are the capital leases in the department, and they're based on my amortization schedule. The section total is $134,433.14, and it's a 5% increase over the previous year. Next section is community activities. Conference and convention expense, $1,500, that's unchanged. 5531 association dues, $200, that's unchanged. 5542 bike co-op expenses, $8,000. That's a 23% increase. And I believe that's based on what the bike co-op gave us. Is that correct?
Yeah.
5543 community garden, 4,000. Sorry.
I said,
That's 100% increase, and that's based on their request of us. 5552 green team expense, $2,600. That's a 24% increase, and that was based on that community's request. So the section total, $16,300, 13% decrease. I think I have a formula error. Yeah.
Put a big circle around it.
Yeah, it's going to be 19,300.
Wait a second.
So
Wait,
21,300. Well,
how about we put a circle and you come back to us?
yeah.
Because if you,
No,
you're throwing numbers like the worst.
3 is correct. The 18,800 for the previous year is incorrect.
yeah,
Okay,
somehow.
yeah, but the 16,300 total for fiscal 24 is correct. I think I have a hidden.
A quick pause, Elisa said 3:30, she's good.
Okay.
So just FYI, no
So-
pressure.
Infrastructure and facilities maintenance,
Wait,
line 5230, sidewalk and street repairs, 500. That's the same budget as the previous year. 5600, building repair and maintenance, 22,000, again unchanged. 5601, tree maintenance, 85,000. That's a 6% increase over the previous year. 5602, tree purchases, $1,500. That's a reduction of 70% based on recent history. Also based on the tree committee recommendation. Is that right, Rocio? Okay. 5603 grounds maintenance, $38,000. That's a 36% increase. I'll defer to Rocio on that particular item. 5604 pest control, $3,400. It's a 13% increase, but it's only $400 and it's based on our recent history. 5606 equipment rental, $2,500. That's unchanged. 5611 streetlights and signals, $90,000. That's unchanged. 5612 streetlights and signal repair, that's $3,500, and that's unchanged. And 5613 heat, $3,500. That's a reduction of 55% based on our recent history. The section total is $749,400, and that's a 1% increase over the previous year. Next section is capital outlay, capital project expenses of $200,000. That is for street repair, resurfacing. That line item is a 300% increase over the previous year. So the total operating expenses for the department are $2,263,304.63, which is a 5% increase over the previous year. In the grant section, we have one. It's the MDNR Parks and Playground / Richardson on grant, and this is the portion of fiscal 24. And that is $105,726.
All right.
Department total with grants, $2,369,030.63. It's actually a 5% reduction in the total budget because the grants have gone down. Page 66 is the summary. The fiscal 23 approved budget was $2,153,689.45. We have increased wages, materials and supplies, other services, infrastructure, for a total of $191,586.63. And we have reduced employee benefits, repairs and maintenance, professional services and community activities by a total of $81,945. And the proposed budget for fiscal 24 is $2,263,344.
Thank you. And we're gonna go Jared first.
I'll be quick, I promise. So I thank you, Rocio, for coming in. Thanks for especially being at the end of a long day.
She's always at the end.
I know, we should.
We'll flip it for the next time,
For
right?
next year, yeah.
I know, the climate where we go first, all right?
Much appreciated. Couple just quick thoughts. I appreciate the work, want to say appreciate all the work you and your staff is doing. And this is almost always some of the most visible things in the city. Trash collection, recycle collection, fixing streets, just beautifying the city. I think your staff almost has more contact with a lot of our residents than almost anyone else. Folks really love what you're doing. And I just want to say we really appreciate what you and all of them are doing. So, it's fascinating. Couple things, and thanks. I see allocations both for traffic calming devices and street and sidewalk repairs. I know we'll be able to move forward to some of those as a result of the design finishing. I also do want to say we should, especially with Bill on board, our grant writer, we should chase as much money as we can this year. The federal station is all state money, and if we can push some of these things, I think a lot of them we can into those grants as part of a larger thing.
That's our goal.
Really, yep. So I just want to. Great that these are in here. I think we need to have them in there in case we're unsuccessful, but I feel like we can displace a lot of the spending into discretionary grants. The only other question I had was just on the bike co-op expenses. I know Scott had put in a request for 8,000. I wanted to defer to you and Rocio on, they only spent 1,600 last year. The 8K request that is a huge jump. Can we scale that back? Is it relative to some one-time capital cost or things that could be spread out over years?
I think it is possible that's something we need to look back at the request and see exactly what they're requesting for, but I know this year some money was allocated to mayor and council towards fixing, doing some repairs with the windows. That was a bigger expense, so that's been done. It is possible, I think, but.
Okay, if you could go, I don't know how everyone else feels, but if you go back and look for an opportunity to, align next year's spending with needs, and if we need to invest there, we can also look at doing it over years.
We'll do that. And
Anything
also,
else to add?
yeah, also the history of the account shows that last year we had 6,500. And right now,
Oh, sorry, I was looking.
yeah. So, but they have spent, 1,500, and usually it's not gonna go that much. But it's been always a cushion there, because before the ARPA money came and replaced the window for $13,000.
Yeah.
We thought that we may have to do it.
Yeah.
But right now we can go back and
Yeah.
definitely,
I trust both your direction and guidance on
thank you.
reallocating if needed. Thank you. That's all I have.
Jimmy,
Yeah,
Valerie, look.
question and comment. So the uniform is like every other year gets higher, is that what happens? I mean, it was 21. Oh, is it always like your budget 22 this year, 34? Is it just like every so often?
So to answer your question, Jimmy, the uniform cleaning expenses don't include only just the cleaning of the uniform. It also includes, we get our services from Sanchez, so it includes the building, like silly things that we use, which includes like soap, replacement, the paper towels.
So is it constant? I got a question is why did it jump up? I mean, if that sounds like
Some of the
constant.
fees did go up.
Okay, that's 50%.
And then we also included the code compliance building. That's another building that was added.
And the second thing is just again, looking for places to either get. So I'm looking for money if we could transfer the reserves that aren't like continuing expenses at like one time. So I think sidewalks and street is something maybe we could take some money from reserves for that, just because we're looking how to, kind of balance the budget, and our reserves keep on going up, and that's we should use the money for something, not all of it, but some of it. So that's something, again, I'm going to put on your agenda for later. I mean, it doesn't have to be 3 million or 4 million or whatever it is now.
To me, I don't have that much money in the reserve, so I'm going broke. I have to find another job.
Yeah, now you have a lot of money in the reserves.
Ramon is like, what research are you looking at?
What is the number? Seriously, what is the number?
Whatever the investment fund.
That's what I'm talking about. That's
I know.
7, 3, 8.
Okay, all right. 3.8. Okay. So anyway, I'm just throwing it out there.
Keep in mind that we know we're gonna have a significant use of that money for the pothole.
Well, that's another thing we're going to discuss later. So.
That's all another stuff. So I'm gonna go, Jimmy, are you done with all your
Yes,
questions?
thank
You're
you.
good?
Thank you.
We're gonna go Valerie, Luke.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank you for being here. You guys have done so much as a department. I was remarking earlier, I was like, you guys have a beautiful, like, one pager about all the stuff you do, the objectives, the operations, how to contact you. I mean, great job, that's great. I like it. I like seeing that, and I think we need one for mayor and council too.
One.
Well, I have just 3 questions, I think. The first is the street signs is going up by 55%. Those street signs are like new signs, like new 25-mile-per-hour signs, or they're like other signs, like what kind of signs are they?
I think we need to balance it out when we're looking to implement whatever the tool design is going to be implementing. The stop for cross, stop for pedestrians
Right.
signs, and so any changes like that, I mean, those signs are expensive. Each sign of just those ones are cost like $500. So I think we will just be replacing any signs as we go this year, and as we doing
Okay.
And we just want to let you know that the sign that we are planning.
Then we took the summer
stop sign
Right here.
cost us $1,000 last week.
Yeah.
That sign. And also,
He just sent
as
you
we move forward,
That's a
we
good
have
letter.
to replace some of the faded signs.
Right,
Or they get hit.
right.
Or somehow,
Right,
you know,
okay.
have replacement costs too.
Tara, where?
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. My other question is, we had talked a little bit about rain garden maintenance, and is that in the temporary labor,
No,
3,000 or
That,
somewhere else?
that is included in grounds maintenance. That jumped from
Okay.
the 28,000 to the 38,000.
Okay.
Well, that
We're
makes.
doing with the same landscaping contractors that we use for our ground maintenance on Rhode Island.
That's the answer. for
They're, that's essential for the to take care of all the rain gardens in the city.
That's great, thank you. Then my third and final question is, we did get a $10,000 Pepco Sustainable Maryland grant for the community garden. Is there a reason that's under City Hall budgets or Public Works?
that was a mistake. We're gonna bring it back to Public Works.
Okay,
That is her child right there.
Yeah.
that's great, because I wanted to make sure that, because Rocio's been interfacing with the
Oh,
community.
yeah,
garden.
no. She's going to be overseeing that. Yeah,
Right.
we'll give her that.
Right,
There
right,
goes the
okay, and
5%
then
down.
I just want to thank you for putting the $4,000 into the community garden. They're celebrating the 10th anniversary this year, and I think they should be celebrated for having this great resource by Richardson Park and here. Because they do a lot of teaching and learning in the garden.
I already sent them an email for reduction.
Sorry. Well, we need to pay 60,000 out of somewhere, Valerie.
I have all the letters. I have all the
Exactly.
letters. We're gonna get there. Oh my goodness.
Exactly.
Oh.
We could
We're gonna
find,
invest in the city.
2,000 out of
We're
those.
going to have
So we found 2,000, we could be 58 short now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I got my staff
There's more
over there,
grants.
they're listening to mayor and council and
I
email.
know. I also,
Good job, guys.
I also sent you the federal grant resources for composting, so that's another way we can
Yes.
bring more money and investment into the city as well. And I will continue bringing more grants to you guys.
Thank you so
to do that,
much.
But that was just a.
Actually, Rocio and I and Bill had a conversation
Good.
yesterday about this.
Thank you.
Yes.
That was it.
Okay, look,
Thank you for everything you do. You're great. Team's great.
it's gonna be, that's gonna be that short.
As the street lights and signals at 90,000. Do we really need to budget 90,000 for that? Do you think we can get away with budgeting 80,000 for that? Is like, that just seems like, I know we're at 62, so we could technically track to 90, but I just.
That's a Pepco bill. Sometimes they fluctuate up and down. So, but we try to go 85 maybe, but
85,
yeah,
85.
I'd rather because the
That was
last time,
82.50.
yeah, 82.50.
Yeah, I know. Bring it down. Bring it down. You guys are like going right through it. With 1 penny, okay? No more than that.
I think all I need is 5,000.
No, that's, we can live with
Got it.
5,000.
You better not be looking at research before you get, wait, your
I'm not, oh, and then.
no research.
So thank you. I would say, a couple of things. I do not want to fund the 500,000 out of reserves because every year I want to be making investments in our box. So I want that funding in our budget so that we don't all of a sudden not have it. And I think there's a way to get to a balanced budget without having to move that out of reserves. I am a little bit concerned or confused. If there's a word that combines the two or is in the middle of the two, that would be. The resurfacing of the city's streets, the streets and sidewalks repair, and the traffic calming devices. To me, with this tool design study, those are all kind of one and the same. I'm supportive of all the money for it, but we could get a proposal to fix, let's say, I'm gonna make up a priority, like,
Harry.
Perry. Okay, that may include traffic calming, that may include resurfacing, that may include several of these elements. So I just want to not, I don't like calling out resurfacing as different from streets and sidewalks. I think maybe we can have one line item for $900,000 that says streets and sidewalks repairs, including resurfacing. Or we could make it, 985,000, saying traffic calming devices. I just think that might be more clear so that we're not stuck with these individual buckets. That's my opinion. I'm interested to see what the mayor.
So that, are you?
I'm done.
Okay. So thank you, Rocio. Can we make a note? Rocio's gonna go first next year? Because we do keep you, if 29. Come on, Larry, like, Rocio's gonna be like, forget it at that rate. So next year, you'll go first, Rocio, okay? We'll flip it upside down, all right? Because that's true, you are the last one. You know how that feels. So I will say to, I like it in different pockets because that way we know if we need to go for grants or if we're doing something, what it looks like. I like it separately is fine. And then you could combine if needed, but that way we know what money is being on it. And the line is the line item. If you put a proposal together, you could say we're drawing from this line and this line, this line to make that. But that way we know what the buckets look like. And the other thing regarding the bike co-op, I think the bike co-op got it from ARPA. The windows they got from all the extra funding that it did. One of the reasons why it was up was also because we're paying for the container outside, the windows needed to be replaced, the thing in the back needed to be done. So all that has been taken care of. So to me, it's like that could reduce back to the 6,500 because all the extra maintenance have been taken, the big maintenance take items were taken care of for it through ARPA. So that way it'll be like more of like the second, the day-to-day kind of run. The other thing is like the bike co-op does bring certain amount of money. So that way, like if we go over some of that co-op, ideally upset this money, but it could also feel as a buffer because any money that we bring, the idea is to to use it towards the budget ideally. But if we have like a little gray area, that should be able to cover the extra on it. So I will say, go ahead and reduce that. The streetlights, thank you for answering. That was one of the questions. The community garden, let's look into that as well. Maybe not too much, maybe a little, because we are going through every single committee has been asked to take a look and see if they like cut a little bit. And I don't want this one to escape because it's in public works. But all the other committees were asked to at least like trim up a little bit. I already gave $1,000 from the scholarship committees, okay? That was a big one. Because I could have asked for an 8th scholarship with that money. And I chose not to. But please look into that one. Let me see. Traffic calming devices, I think now that I did see a reduction. Hopefully we get enough grants because 34 and Bunker Hill are gonna be realistically quite a bit of funding. Well, we're fortunate in 34 is like it's half the cost because like Brent was coming with us to like unite those efforts, right? But that needs like major work. And Bunker Hill is just basically us alone with potential grants that we're hoping. I did in the conversation that I had with the county executive team, they did talk about like, potentially bigger pockets of water storm management money that still needs to be like for ready to go projects. I said, we could find ready to go projects. We could like do a good turnaround. So they did give me a website to figure out like what areas, so you guys will probably already know this, what areas the water storm management falls in. And then it's like for us to reach out to them to figure out also like what money they have for projects that are potentially going to be there. And if they have good amount of money, might be able to resolve some of the things that we need to do with like flexi payment and stuff like that to address the situation. And in doing that, very happy. I was gonna say the other thing, thank you for also coordinating with WSSC. Like I mentioned to other people, it's like, we have had a really good relationship with lately where if we call them, they respond, they're doing monthly checks, information out, they're being very responsive. There was a breakage right away, they're good. And for those that don't know, they do have a notification system. So you sign up to it, they will send you, this street is looking under review, blah, blah, blah. And they'll tell you when things are back on. So they're very on point. With that, one of the things I noticed here where it says employee bonus for FY23, FY22-23 is blank. I know bonuses.
No, they did have a bonus for FY23, 9 people, 4,500. I think Ron forgot to put it in.
Yeah, if you could
No,
please.
it wasn't budgeted as a separate
No,
line
no.
item.
Okay,
No, he was
Actual
not-
expenses in there.
but can you go ahead and add it or make a note that says it is because it makes it seem like we did not give him a bonus, and I know we did give him one. So you think even if it's a note that's added to
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
to make sure that's covered, and that goes along for the other ones, just make a note that of how much was it that was given along, so
Okay,
that was
so-
the trigger for it.
So just to be clear, the actual expense is in there.
Yeah.
As a line item. If you want to add it to the fiscal 23 budget, we will need to do a budget.
What I'm asking is to, on the summary,
Uh-huh.
line up or put a little asterisk that says like, it was allocated, whatever, to make a reference to it.
Gotcha.
Because people are not gonna like, I'll tell you this, I know because I work here, right? But right there, it looks like a bonus was skipped from, I believe, all the staff, right? And that's just, so just on the summary, when for public works, just put an asterisk and put, whatever it is. I just want to make sure it does reflect that you guys have been doing bonuses. I know that did happen. I know for a fact that happened. All right, so that was just said. So, and I understand what you're saying, like, we'll have to do something else. But if you just put an asterisk and a note to it,
Okay,
and then that should cover what I need from it.
okay.
So that will
Yeah, we can do
fulfill
that.
both the stuff. Yeah. So that way, once again, remember, like 5 years down the line, somebody picks this up, they're gonna be like, in July 22, for staff
Well,
did not receive any bonuses.
I'm not gonna be here. I'm gonna be in Iran and they cannot find me.
And we'll find you. Iran is not, we're gonna be visiting as a collective, all of us. All right.
So I think that's where we're moving our offices.
I know. Thank you, Mr. Kamali. I guess we need to do like a retreat out there. All right. So saying that, thank you, Rocio, you and your team for being very active as well as the other departments. You guys, just as PD and just as call, when the emergency goes, you guys are, like very responsive as well to be there. So I definitely appreciate that. So extend our thank you to the whole entire team for that. As well, I know a couple of them like even, gathered their CDL drivers and went through the testing to make life better for the residents because it is a struggle. I see signs everywhere with people saying, hey, by the way. Anyways, that'll be just the ones that I have. And Ron, before we close this, you are gonna be ideally providing in the next round what the employee benefits and service are based on the information that you
Yes.
receive, right? So there might be
Yes.
some savings and reductions in that, hopefully, because you over budget. Okay, all right, so we're good, right?
3:35.
I know, that's the one to make sure we
Okay,
like.
okay.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and we need to recess into closed session. Staff needs, okay, there are questions on the chat. We're gonna make it quickly but our city attorney knows about it, so we just have time for us to move. From Shanae Robinson, we are clear and would like to ensure that MLK, Juneteenth, African American preservation under the African American Resident Area, not just City Council raising a flag. We are requesting a line item. Next. I need to read who's it from. Thank you so much. And I apologize. It's very like Cardi Boston, optics doesn't look good. Correction, if you do not include African Americans, communities in the planning of programs, or even we will not get a wider range of involvement. I'm a firm in saying democratic process of all the people of this community, the budget is an open meeting. We're here the whole entire day. You're welcome to join us. Really sad. Latinos, Garden Club, Recreation are not the only groups that should have a specific line items. They get to consider. Thank you for giving this consideration. I want to make sure to be clear that all those collectives are not just to one specific group. The garden committees and the recreation committees and all these committees are basically composed of various residents, not just one type of group of residents. So it's definitely a blend of people that join the events and not necessarily based it on who their ethnicity identifiable is. I understand that council cannot comment on the contract, but for the record, as a resident, I'm very concerned. Sharnette is the vice chair of the advisory board. So Sharnette, I will read it, but usually if you have a representative like speaking on behalf of the group, we see the whole time and the time was ceded to the committee. So I'm hereby requesting a review made. Okay, and the law enforcement funds splash. Okay, keep going. Oh man. I don't know if you moved it too fast or I missed something. Melissa, very slowly. I'm gonna have to have you start reading this one,
Do
Vice
you want me to read
Mayor.
it? Yeah.
Can you read it,
Yeah,
please?
absolutely. This is Charlotte Robinson speaking. As a resident, I'm very concerned with the safety of our residents' community. I'm hereby requesting a review be made of our police department. That law enforcement fund various programs from street cameras and grants, and that this funding be administered by the chief of police. Most other departments, chief of police to manage funding, street cameras and grants. This funding is kept separate from the general budget. I'm also concerned with the hiring and retention of officers. The FOP union contract will be finalized very soon, and ensure officers are retained. Those that have been on should receive retention bonus raises and COLAs accordingly.
Okay, go on,
Okay.
Tony,
Oh, this is
go ahead, go ahead.
Tony. This is before Tony. I'm sorry. This is before Tony came on to speak on behalf of the.
Oh, that's what she said.
Okay.
Ready to give comments, thank you, Shane, okay?
So because Tony already
Yeah,
spoke.
Tony already spoke,
On
so,
behalf of the committee, so.
yeah, so any of the, so remember, the rules are if one member speaks on behalf of the committee sees their time.
So should we scroll down?
down.
Go,
I think there
go.
was some additional. Okay, that's, okay, yeah, so since Tony already spoke on,
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
all right, thank you. So that covers, so the comments, so we are gonna go, I need to have a motion on the floor to go.
Motion to recess for a
You
closed
can,
session.
you have to read the whole thing.
Or-
You're not recessing, you get it wrong. Okay, so can you put it on the screen, the stuff?
Yep.
All right, so I'd like to propose a motion, on the floor, to go into closed sessions for reason 3-305B, subsection 1, 7, and 9, to discuss appointment, employment, and assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation or performance, evaluation of appointed employees or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction, or any other personal matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Number 7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. And number 9, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to the negotiations. The mayor and council will propose to go into the closed session today, Saturday, 25th, discuss personnel, to consult the city attorney to obtain legal advice, and to conduct collective bargaining negotiations and consider matters thus related to the negotiation. Can I have a so move for that?
So moved.
Second.
It's been probably moved and second to go into closed session. Any discussion? Objections, abstentions? Hearing none, we will be going into closed, so we'll be recessing to go into closed session. And then we'll come back when we're done. We'll alert you if we decide for the last part to another meeting, but Rocio, thank you so much, and be ready for an early. Waiting for it to turn green. There you go. So, can I have a motion? We just had a closed session. And we recessed we closed the closed session, so we're gonna have a motion to come back into open meeting for the budget. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we are back from recess and seeing that it is 5:05 PM. We still need to meet other budget discussion under, that's what we need an adjournment. So council will recess this budget hearing until the 4th, right above our legislative meeting, to be able to discuss other budget discussions. So be able to bring that on and then give our team more of a guidance in this last item. So after the 4th, that we'll come back from recess, April 11th, when we'll have the discussion for the FY proposed budget hearing and first reading into record FY 24 budget ordinance. So that they're gonna highlight the changes that they made after we have read through. And that'll be the official first reading. And we're trying to make sure we get as clean of a copy as we possibly can. So that way we have the public hearing on the 18th. On the 25th, the potential second reading and possible vote for the budget. Okay, so we'll make sure we add that our team is gonna be posting that we're leaving recess and we're coming back on the 4th to discuss this. And we want to thank everybody that joined us through the day, especially our team, our community members, for all the work doing prior and through it. And our directors and the complete staff that took their Saturday to spend quality time with us. So can I have a motion to recess The budget work session until April 4.
Second.
Second.
Probably move second, third, and fourth. Any discussion? Hearing none, the budget hearing, item, other budget discussion will be recessed until April 4, right before our, at 7 p.m., followed by a legislative meeting. Okay, can I have, so we already had a motion to adjourn. Any objections? Abstentions? Hearing none, this meeting has officially recessed, until April 4. So thank you guys so much.
All right, thank you.